The world is plunged into fire and steel as the storm of the Second World War engulfs every continent. From the ruins of the Great Depression rises the march of dictators as Hitler's Germany, Mussolini's Italy, and Imperial Japan unleash an age of conquest and terror. Explosions echo across Europe as Poland falls, the skies roar in the Battle of Britain, and the Eastern Front becomes the largest battlefield in human history. In the Pacific, the sun burns over Pearl Harbor, island jungles, and oceans that become graveyards of fleets. This is not just a war of armies, it is a clash of ideologies, of freedom against tyranny, fought in deserts, seas and cities, where millions gave their lives. Welcome to the entire history of World War II, where we will journey from the seeds of conflict after Versailles, through the rise of the Axis, the desperate battles across Africa, the invasion of Normandy, and the final destruction of Berlin and Hiroshima. So sit back, close your eyes, and let this sweeping documentary guide you through the greatest conflict in human history as you drift into sleep. And before we begin, let us know in the comments where in the world you are listening from and what time it is there, because together across time zones and nations, we keep the memory of history alive. World War I concluded in 1918. It was dubbed the war to end all wars, but it failed to do so. It only left behind silence, suffering, and a shattered world. Across Europe, millions had perished. Cities lay in ruins, and families had lost fathers, sons, and brothers. An entire generation had been wiped out. People hoped that the conflict was finally over, but the peace that ensued did not bring healing. It only exacerbated the problems. In 1919, the leaders of the victorious nations, Britain, France, and the United States, convened in a grand palace near Paris. Their goal was to ensure that Germany could never again initiate a war. To this end, they signed a document known as the Treaty of Versailles. Initially, it seemed like a just resolution. Germany had lost the war and had invaded other countries, so it was expected that they would have to pay. However, the treaty did more than just penalize Germany. It devastated. Germany was forced to cede territory, dismantle its military, and sacrifice its national pride. Its army was restricted to a mere 100,000 men, with no tanks, air force, or submarines. Its navy was almost entirely gone. Worse still, Germany had to accept full responsibility for the war and pay enormous sums in reparations to the victors. This was not just a humiliation, it was a national disgrace that left Germany wounded, resentful, and desperate. While France celebrated and Britain relaxed, Germany descended into economic ruin. Its currency became worthless. At one point, people needed baskets of cash just to purchase a loaf of bread. The German mark had collapsed. Children used banknotes as playthings. Families went hungry, and people lost faith in everything: their government, their economy, their future. In the midst of this chaos, violence erupted. Fights broke out in the streets. Far-left groups attempted to start revolutions, and far-right factions promised order and retribution. And deep within this broken nation, a dark force was beginning to take shape. But Germany was not the only country in turmoil. Italy had been on the winning side of World War I, but it did not receive the territory it had been promised. Many Italians felt betrayed and angry. A young man named Benito Mussolini capitalized on this resentment. He formed a group of violent nationalists who wore black shirts and assaulted anyone who opposed them. They marched in the streets and demanded power. By 1922, Mussolini was in control. He called himself Il Duce, the leader. He transformed Italy into a fascist state with one-party rule. No freedom of speech, no free press, only loyalty, violence, and national pride. In Russia, the situation was even more chaotic. In 1917, The Russian Revolution had overthrown the royal family, the Tsar was gone, and the communists had seized power. A brutal civil war ensued. From the smoke and bloodshed, a new country emerged, the Soviet Union, and at its helm was a man named Joseph Stalin, cold, ruthless, and paranoid. The world was changing rapidly. Democracies were fragile, and dictators were on the rise. The peace that followed World War I was not a true peace, it was merely an intermission. In Asia, Japan had been growing in strength. It had modernized its economy and expanded its military, but it wanted more territory, more power, more respect. In 1931, Japan invaded Manchuria, a resource-rich region in China. The League of Nations, the international body created to maintain peace, demanded that they withdraw. Japan ignored them and left the League. No one intervened. This was a test, and the world had failed. Back in Germany, the country was still in a state of disrepair. People were unemployed, factories were shuttered, and farmers couldn't sell their produce. Veterans of the war felt abandoned and resentful. Many Germans believed that their country had been stabbed in the back, betrayed from within. They were looking for someone to blame. That's when Adolf Hitler came into the picture. Hitler was an Austrian-born soldier who had fought in World War I. He was embittered by Germany's defeat. He despised the Treaty of Versailles, and he was convinced that Germany could be strong again if it eliminated those he blamed: communists, liberals, and especially Jews. In 1920, Hitler joined a small political group called the German Workers' Party. He quickly rose to power, changed its name to the Nazi Party, and gave it a new symbol, the swastika. He was a charismatic speaker who used radio, posters, marches, and fear to his advantage. He promised jobs, revenge, and glory. Many people initially ignored him. In 1923, he attempted to seize control of the government in a failed coup known as the Beer Hall Putsch. He was arrested, and while in prison, wrote a book called Mein Kampf, My Struggle. In it he outlined his plans to destroy the Treaty of Versailles, rebuild the military, expand German territory, and remove Jews from German society. At the time, no one took the book seriously. They should have. In 1929, the Great Depression struck the world. The US stock market crashed, banks failed, businesses closed, and millions lost their jobs. The depression spread globally. Germany, already weakened, collapsed again. People turned to extreme solutions. They no longer trusted democracy. They wanted someone, anyone, who promised to fix the situation. That someone was Hitler. By 1932, the Nazis were the largest party in Germany's parliament. In 1933, Hitler was appointed Chancellor. He was supposed to be just a politician, but within months he had seized full control. He banned other political parties, burned books, silenced the press, sent his enemies to prison camps, and set fire to the German parliament building, the Reichstag, so he could pass emergency laws that granted him absolute power. Germany was now a dictatorship. He called it the Third Reich, the third great empire in German history. He told the people they were the master race and that Jews were the enemy within. He passed laws to strip Jews of their rights. Jewish businesses were boycotted, Jewish teachers were fired, and Jewish children were bullied in schools. And across Germany, fear grew. But while Hitler was consolidating his power at home, he was also preparing for something much larger. In 1935, he reintroduced military conscription. He was rebuilding the army, the air force, and the navy, openly violating the Treaty of Versailles. No one stopped him. In 1936, he sent troops into the Rhineland, a demilitarized zone near France. He wasn't supposed to, but again no one intervened. That same year, Hitler and Mussolini signed an agreement. They called it the Rome-Berlin Axis, a new alliance between fascist powers. Japan would later join them, forming what became known as the Axis powers. Germany was becoming more audacious, and the rest of Europe was growing fearful. France and Britain remembered the horrors of World War I. They didn't want another war, so they adopted a policy of appeasement, giving in to Hitler's demands in the hope that he would stop. He didn't. In 1938, Hitler set his sights on Austria, the country of his birth. He claimed that Austrians were really Germans and that they wanted to join the Reich. So, without a single shot being fired, Germany annexed Austria. It was called the Anschluss, and once again, no one stopped him. Next, Hitler turned his attention to Czechoslovakia, specifically the Sudetenland, a region with a large German-speaking population. He claimed that Germany had the right to protect them. In September 1938, British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain flew to Germany to meet with Hitler. They reached an agreement. Germany could have the Sudetenland, but nothing more. Chamberlain returned to London, waving a piece of paper and declaring peace for our time. But within months, Hitler broke his promise. In March 1939, German tanks rolled into the rest of Czechoslovakia. There was no resistance. The country was absorbed. Europe had run out of excuses and time. Then Hitler made one final move. He looked east to Poland. Germany had lost territory there after World War I, especially a strip of land called the Polish Corridor, which separated mainland Germany from the city of Danzig. Hitler wanted it back, but this time Britain and France had drawn a line in the sand. They pledged to defend Poland. If Germany invaded, they would declare war. Hitler was undeterred, but he needed to ensure that the Soviet Union would not interfere. So, in August 1939, a shocking event occurred. Germany and the Soviet Union signed a non-aggression pact. The world was in disbelief. Nazis and communists were supposed to be sworn enemies, but now they had made a secret agreement. Hitler and Stalin would divide Poland between them. With that, the final peace was in place. On September 1st, 1939, at dawn, Germany invaded Poland. Tanks, planes, and soldiers stormed across the border in a lightning-fast attack called Blitzkrieg, Lightning War. Polish cities were bombed, roads were destroyed, and civilians fled in terror. 2 days later, Britain and France declared war on Germany. World War II had begun. It didn't appear out of nowhere. It had been building for years, in broken promises, in shattered economies, in angry speeches, in the world's silence. When evil re-emerged, the ashes of World War I had never truly cooled. They had smouldered beneath the surface. And when the flames returned, they burned hotter than ever before. And now, the world would pay the price. The world was in a downward spiral. The First World War had left nations weak, resentful, and shattered. As the dust from one conflict settled, the storm of another began to gather. This time it would not be a war of just guns and tanks. It would be a war of ideas, grand, dangerous ideas that seized control of nations and transformed leaders into dictators. In Germany, Hitler had just invaded Poland, and war had officially been declared. But how did a failed artist with a criminal record rise to become one of the most feared men in history? It started with fear and promises. The Treaty of Versailles did not just punish Germany, it humiliated, and Hitler used that anger as fuel. He didn't just promise food or jobs, he promised greatness. He spoke to the wounds that Germany had never healed. His voice was powerful, his marches were grand, and his rallies were spectacular. And for many Germans, tired of shame and hardship, Hitler did not sound dangerous. He sounded like hope. He gave the people someone to blame. The treaty? the politicians, and the Jews. It wasn't just about politics, it was about identity. Under the Nazis, being German meant being obedient, proud, and pure. Everything else was the enemy. Books were burned, teachers were replaced, and children sang Nazi songs in school. Propaganda filled the radios and posters. Hitler was not just a leader, he became a symbol, and symbols are powerful. But Hitler was not alone. In Italy, Benito Mussolini had already demonstrated what fascism looked like. He had come to power a decade earlier. Like Hitler, Mussolini despised communism. He believed in one-party rule, total loyalty, and violence as a political tool. The trains ran on time, his speeches were loud, and his enemies disappeared. He promised to rebuild the Roman Empire, not with ideas but with war. He sent Italian troops to invade Ethiopia in 1935, using poison gas, machine guns, and planes to bomb villages. The world was horrified, but did not act. The message was clear: aggression worked, and no one would intervene. In Germany, Hitler was paying attention. He saw that Mussolini could break the rules and win. He saw that the League of Nations, the world's peacekeepers, were ineffective. So he pushed further. Then came the Spanish Civil War in 1936. Spain was tearing itself apart. On one side were the elected leaders, supported by workers and leftists. On the other were military generals and nationalists, backed by fascists and conservatives. Hitler and Mussolini sent weapons, tanks, planes, and even soldiers to support the nationalists. They used Spain as a testing ground, a rehearsal to see how modern warfare would unfold. The city of Guernica was bombed by German planes, and civilians were burned alive. It was one of the first times the world witnessed the true horror of aerial warfare. No trenches, no front lines, just terror from the sky. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union sent aid to the other side, the Spanish Republic. Stalin was not trying to protect democracy, he was trying to protect communism. Like Hitler and Mussolini, Stalin believed in total control, but his ideology was different. Communism promised equality, a world without rich or poor, a world owned by the workers. But under Stalin, that dream became a nightmare. After Lenin's death, Stalin seized power. He ruled the Soviet Union with an iron fist. Millions were sent to labor camps, and farmers were forced to give up their land to the state. Those who resisted were executed or starved. Entire villages disappeared. He crushed his political opponents, rewrote history, and even erased people from photographs. No one could speak out. The walls had ears. Neighbors informed on each other, and children were taught to report their parents. But Stalin also built things: factories, power plants, and roads. He transformed a poor rural country into an industrial giant, but at a terrible cost. By the time the war began, Stalin had turned the Soviet Union into a cold, efficient, ruthless machine. On the other side of the world, another power was emerging. Japan had become a modern empire. It had defeated Russia in a war and had acquired colonies. But now it wanted more, and it did not believe in democracy. It believed in the emperor. The military grew stronger. Generals took control of the government, and in 1931, Japan invaded Manchuria, a resource-rich region in China. They established a puppet government and called it Manchukuo. It was just the beginning. In 1937, Japan launched a full-scale invasion of China. Cities were burned, and civilians were massacred. In Nanking, Japanese soldiers killed hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children in just a few weeks. It became one of the darkest chapters in modern history. The world knew, but again it did nothing. While democracies like Britain and France held elections and debated, The dictators acted swiftly. They didn't ask for permission. They didn't care about the law, and they didn't wait. They had three things in common: total power, violent nationalism, and the belief that they were destined to reshape the world. Fascism, communism, and militarism were all different, but they shared one thing: they crushed freedom. In Germany, Jews were stripped of their rights, their businesses were destroyed, and people were arrested simply for being who they were. In 1938, the Nazis unleashed Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass. Synagogues were burned, and Jewish homes and shops were smashed. Thousands were sent to camps, and still the world remained silent. In Italy, Mussolini passed racial laws as well. He joined Hitler in blaming Jews, communists, and anyone who did not fit the fascist mold. In the Soviet Union, Stalin's purges reached their peak. Soldiers, scientists, and poets, anyone who seemed even remotely suspicious, were executed or sent to Siberia. In Japan, military schools trained boys to die for the emperor. Dissent was crushed, and expansion was celebrated. Meanwhile, democracy was on the defensive. In Britain and France, people feared another war. They remembered the trenches, the gas, the millions of dead. They believed that peace could be preserved if they just conceded a little more. But while the democracies debated and delayed, the dictators made their moves. Hitler marched into Austria, then Czechoslovakia, then Poland. Mussolini conquered Ethiopia. Stalin invaded parts of Eastern Europe. Japan burned through China, and in every country they touched, freedom died a little more. What made this new war so dangerous was not just the tanks and bombs, it was the belief system. These were not just armies. They were movements. They believed they were building a better world, a world ruled by the strong, the pure, the chosen. Everyone else was an obstacle or an enemy. People followed out of fear, but also out of faith. Many believed what they were told. Others stayed silent, hoping they would be spared. But silence does not stop dictators, it emboldens them. So, as 1939 turned into 1940, the world stood at the edge of a cliff. Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, and the militarists in Japan had torn up treaties, crushed dissent, invaded their neighbors, and rewritten reality. Their flags flew high, their armies marched in perfect formation, and their people cheered, or else, and democracy. It was gasping for air. The United States was still neutral. Britain and France had declared war, but had yet to engage in major combat. Other countries were either occupied or too small to resist. The map of the world was changing. Borders were disappearing, leaders were falling, and the old rules no longer applied. This was not just a battle of weapons. It was a battle of ideas. Fascism told people that the nation mattered more than the individual, that strength, order, and unity were paramount, and that violence was noble. Communism told people that history was a class struggle, that the rich had to be overthrown, and that the state must control everything. Democracy, in its purest form, told people that they had rights, that leaders served the people, not ruled them, that truth mattered, and that the law mattered. But now those beliefs were clashing, in speeches, in marches, in gunfire. And the people caught in the middle, civilians, children, families, they were the ones who would suffer the most. The world did not fall into war by accident. It was pulled into it by men who promised greatness, by systems that demanded control, and by the silence of those who hoped the danger would pass them by. But it didn't. The rise of the dictators was not just a chapter in history, it was a warning. And soon the world would learn what happens when power has no limits. The dictators were rising, their armies were on the move, and their speeches were filled with fire, and the world was watching. But watching is not the same as stopping. Germany had torn up the Treaty of Versailles, rebuilt its army, sent troops into the Rhineland, and then annexed Austria. Mussolini had crushed Ethiopia. Japan had invaded China and committed unspeakable horrors, and Stalin was purging his own people and seizing territory through fear. All of this happened before the world said a single, real no. The warning signs were clear, the alarms were ringing, but instead of action there was hesitation. Instead of resistance, there was a word that history would never forget: appeasement. Appeasement meant trying to maintain peace by giving the bullies what they wanted. It meant avoiding conflict at any cost, even if it meant feeding the fire just to stop the smoke. And it started with fear. The First World War had left deep scars. Millions had died, cities had been burned, and families had been destroyed. The people of Britain, France, and much of the West were terrified of another war. Politicians promised peace, not because they believed the dictators could be trusted, but because they didn't know what else to do. They weren't ready. Their economies were still recovering, and their people didn't want more bloodshed. So, when Hitler pushed the boundaries, leaders looked the other way. They called him a threat, but one they could manage. But Hitler wasn't looking for management. He was looking for expansion. He wanted land, he wanted power, he wanted revenge, and he believed it was his destiny. So he moved forward, bold, calculated, and aggressive. And as he moved, the world kept stepping back. One of the earliest signs of this global silence came in Spain. In 1936, Spain erupted into civil war. The country was divided. On one side were the Republicans, supported by leftists, workers, and those who believed in democracy. On the other were the nationalists, led by General Francisco Franco and backed by monarchists, fascists, and the military. To many it looked like just a civil war. But it wasn't, it was a warning. Hitler and Mussolini saw Spain as an opportunity to test their weapons, their armies, and their ideas. They sent tanks, planes, and soldiers to support Franco. It wasn't just aid, it was practice. They wanted to see how modern warfare worked, and they wanted a friendly government in Western Europe. On the other side, the Soviet Union sent weapons and advisors to support the Republicans. Stalin didn't care about Spanish democracy. He cared about stopping fascism and protecting his influence. Volunteers from around the world joined the fight. Teachers, poets, factory workers. They believed they were fighting to stop fascism before it spread. They were right, but they were too few. The world's major democracies, Britain, France, and the United States, refused to get involved. They remained neutral, even as bombs fell on civilians, even as fascist planes burned cities. One of those cities was Guernica. In 1937, the town of Guernica in northern Spain was bombed by the German Luftwaffe. It wasn't a military base, it wasn't a battlefield, it was a market town. The attack was brutal. People running through the streets, mothers holding their children, bodies in flames. It was one of the first times that civilians became the main target of an air raid. It shocked the world, but still, no action followed. The Spanish Civil War ended in 1939 with a nationalist victory. Franco took power and remained there for decades. Spain became another dictatorship, and for Hitler and Mussolini, it was proof that the world would not stop them. So they went further. In 1938, Hitler turned his attention to Czechoslovakia, specifically a region called the Sudetenland. It was home to many ethnic Germans, and Hitler claimed they were being mistreated. It was a lie, but one he repeated loudly. He demanded that Germany be allowed to take the Sudetenland. Czechoslovakia refused. They were ready to fight, but Britain and France weren't. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain flew to Germany to meet with Hitler. He believed he could reason with him that war could be avoided. So, at the Munich conference in September 1938, Britain and France agreed to let Hitler take the Sudetenland without consulting the Czechs. Chamberlain returned to London, waving a piece of paper and declaring, "Peace for our time." But it wasn't peace. It was surrender. Hitler had taken territory without firing a shot. He had learned that threats worked better than bullets, and within 6 months he broke his promise and took the rest of Czechoslovakia. Appeasement had failed, but even now the world still hesitated. They hoped Hitler would stop, that maybe this was all he wanted, that maybe the danger had passed. But Hitler didn't want just land, he wanted control. He wanted to reshape Europe. And in August 1939, he made his boldest move yet. He signed a secret pact with Stalin, the Nazi-Soviet pact. The world was shocked. Two bitter enemies, one fascist, one communist, now standing side by side. But the deal had a dark condition. They would divide Poland. Germany would take the West, the Soviets the East. A week later, on September 1st, 1939, Germany invaded Poland. Blitzkrieg, lightning war, tanks rolled in fast, planes screamed overhead. Poland was hit from all sides. Cities were bombed, roads were blocked, and soldiers were overwhelmed. And this time, the world could no longer look away. Britain and France declared war on Germany. Finally, the line had been crossed, but it was too late to save Poland. Stalin invaded from the east just days later. Poland was carved up like a prize, and within weeks the country was gone. The world had waited too long. Appeasement hadn't brought peace. It had bought time for the dictators to grow stronger, and for millions to be put in danger. Why didn't the world act sooner? Fear was part of it. The trauma of the First World War ran deep. People didn't want to believe it was happening again. Politicians were scared of public backlash. They feared economic collapse, and they feared communism more than fascism. And deep down, some believed that Hitler was fixing problems in Eastern Europe that weren't their concern. But with every delay, the cost grew higher. By the time war officially began, Hitler had taken Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Poland. Mussolini had carved out his empire, Japan had captured huge parts of China, and Stalin had seized land in Eastern Europe and murdered millions of his own. And now, the world was on fire again. The dictators had gambled and won. They had counted on the world's fear, its hesitation, its hope that this nightmare would simply go away. They were right, but that window was now closing. The next chapter wouldn't be silence, it would be war. The invasion had begun. On September 1st, 1939, at dawn the German army rolled across the border into Poland. It was a day that changed the world forever. This was not just another border dispute or a clash between neighbors. This was the start of a war unlike any the world had ever seen. Germany's attack on Poland was swift, brutal, and shocking. The German military, using a new strategy called Blitzkrieg, which means lightning war, struck with overwhelming speed and force. Tanks and motorized infantry moved in waves, planes dropped bombs on key targets, and soldiers advanced quickly, cutting through Polish defenses before they could react. It was a war of movement, not of trenches and waiting. For Poland, it was a nightmare. Polish soldiers fought bravely but were no match for the speed and coordination of the German attack. Cities like Warsaw, the capital, were surrounded and bombarded. Communication lines were destroyed, and roads and railways were blocked. Polish forces found themselves trapped and outnumbered. What made this attack even more devastating was what happened just over 2 weeks later. On September 17th, the Soviet Union invaded Poland from the east. Under a secret deal with Germany, the Soviet army crossed the border and advanced quickly, trapping the Polish forces between two massive armies. Poland was caught in the middle and soon overwhelmed. Within weeks, the country was divided and occupied by Germany and the Soviet Union. This invasion marked the end of Poland as an independent nation for many years. It was a brutal blow to its people, and a clear sign that the world was entering a terrible new era. But while Germany and the Soviet Union crushed Poland, the rest of the world was watching closely. Britain and France had promised to protect Poland. When the invasion began, they kept their word. They declared war on Germany on September 3rd, 1939. It was a historic moment. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, Europe was at war again, but despite their declarations, Britain and France were not yet ready to fight. Their armies were small and poorly prepared after years of peace. Their governments hoped for a quick end to the conflict, but they knew it wouldn't be easy. Across the Atlantic, the United States watched carefully but remained neutral. Many Americans wanted to stay out of Europe's problems. The memories of the First World War were still fresh, and isolationism was strong. The world had entered a new war, but it had only just begun. Back in Poland, the German strategy was showing its power. Blitzkrieg was unlike anything soldiers had faced before. Instead of slow, grinding battles, it was fast and overwhelming. It combined air power, tanks, and infantry, moving together to break enemy lines quickly. The German Luftwaffe, their air force, was crucial. They targeted airports, communication centers, and bridges, destroying key points before the ground troops even arrived. This left the Polish defenders confused and unable to organize a proper defense. In the first hours of the war, Polish airfields were bombed heavily, with many planes destroyed on the ground. Tanks and motorized units raced forward, cutting supply lines and encircling Polish troops. In many places, the Polish army fought bravely against the odds. They used old tactics and weapons, but the enemy's speed and firepower were overwhelming. Despite their courage, they could not stop the German advance. Warsaw, the capital city, was surrounded and under constant attack. The people suffered through heavy bombings and artillery fire. Civilians, women, and children were caught in the middle. Many fled to the countryside or hid in basements and shelters. The siege of Warsaw lasted for weeks, but the city never surrendered easily. Polish resistance was fierce. Soldiers, civilians, and volunteers joined the fight. Radio stations broadcast messages to keep hope alive. People shared food and cared for the wounded, but the odds were against them. The Soviet invasion from the east sealed Poland's fate. The Red Army moved quickly, occupying cities and towns. They arrested and deported thousands of Polish citizens, especially intellectuals, military officers, and leaders who could oppose Soviet control. The world was shocked. The alliance between two totalitarian powers, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, was brutal and terrifying. While Poland was being crushed, Britain and France prepared for war. Their response, however, was slow. The period that followed would be known as the Phony War, or Sitzkrieg. For months there was little fighting on the Western Front. British and French troops mobilized and waited behind the Maginot Line, a series of fortifications along the French-German border. But they did not launch major attacks. This pause frustrated many soldiers and civilians who wanted action. Meanwhile, Hitler's Germany used this time to strengthen its military and plan its next moves. In the air, the German Luftwaffe continued its rapid expansion. They were preparing to dominate the skies over Europe. In the seas, the German Navy began using new weapons like U-boat submarines, designed to attack Allied ships silently and suddenly. The stage was set for a wider conflict. But the invasion of Poland was just the beginning. The world had been warned. The old hopes that war could be avoided were gone. The reality was clear. Europe was at war, and it would be a war unlike any before. Hitler's blitzkrieg had shown the power of speed and surprise. It had crushed Poland in weeks and stunned the world. But the cost was already clear. Millions of Poles were displaced, killed, or imprisoned. Cities were destroyed, and families were torn apart. And in the background, darker plans were being made. The Nazis were beginning to show their true face, one of cruelty and hate. Soon Poland's Jewish population would be targeted in a terrible campaign of terror that would become the Holocaust. The invasion also revealed the weaknesses of Britain and France. Their armies were unprepared, their strategies were outdated, and their hope for a quick end was wishful thinking. But they had no choice. War was here, the battle lines were drawn. The world was watching, and it would never be the same again. After the invasion of Poland, the world waited for months. A strange quiet settled over Western Europe. This time was called the Phony War. Britain and France had declared war on Germany, but there was little fighting on their borders. Both sides prepared, watched, and waited. But in the spring of 1940, everything changed, fast and shocking. On May 10th, 1940, Germany launched a massive attack that would shake Europe to its core. The German army didn't repeat the slow, grinding battles of World War I. Instead, they used blitzkrieg, the lightning war strategy, again, but this time on a much larger scale. The attack started in the west, with Germany invading Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. These countries were quickly overwhelmed. Their goal was clear: break through to France and defeat it before Britain could properly respond. The German plan was clever and ruthless. Instead of attacking the heavily fortified French defences along the Maginot Line, which the French believed was their strongest protection, Germany sent its main forces through the dense forests of the Ardennes. The French thought the Ardennes were impossible for tanks and large forces to cross quickly. This was a deadly mistake. German panzer divisions rolled through the Ardennes with surprising speed, cutting off the French and British forces who had moved into Belgium to meet the enemy. This rapid advance trapped tens of thousands of Allied soldiers between the German army and the sea. The situation became desperate. The British Expeditionary Force and large parts of the French army found themselves surrounded near the coastal town of Dunkirk in northern France. With German tanks closing in, it seemed that a massive defeat was certain. But then something unexpected happened. A miracle at Dunkirk. Between May 26th and June 4th, 1940, an incredible evacuation took place. Over 300,000 British, French, and Belgian soldiers were rescued from the beaches of Dunkirk and brought safely across the English Channel. This was no ordinary evacuation. It involved a huge fleet of ships, from Navy destroyers to fishing boats, pleasure yachts, and even small civilian craft. Civilians in Britain answered the call, risking their lives to cross the dangerous waters under constant attack from German planes and submarines. The evacuation, called Operation Dynamo, saved a huge number of troops who would later help continue the fight. But while Dunkirk was a story of hope, the overall situation was grim. France was falling. German forces broke through the French defences with incredible speed, pushing south. Paris, the capital, was left undefended as the French government fled. By June 14, 1940, German troops marched into Paris without a fight. The French government soon surrendered, signing an armistice on June 22nd. France was divided. The northern and western parts were occupied by Germany. In the south, a new regime called Vichy France was set up, officially neutral but collaborating with the Nazis. The fall of France shocked the world. In just 6 weeks, one of Europe's strongest countries had been defeated. It was a stunning victory for Hitler, and a terrible blow to the Allies. Britain now stood alone against Nazi Germany. Winston Churchill had become Britain's Prime Minister just days before the German invasion began. He gave powerful speeches, promising to fight on no matter the cost. Blood, toil, tears and sweat, he said, preparing the British people for the hard road ahead. The fall of France showed how powerful and dangerous Hitler's Germany had become. His armies had used speed, surprise, and bold tactics to crush their enemies quickly, but it also exposed weaknesses. Germany had stretched its supply lines thin and had left some areas lightly defended. Britain's navy still controlled the seas, preventing a full German invasion of the British Isles. Despite the losses, hope remained. The Dunkirk evacuation saved hundreds of thousands of soldiers who would continue the fight. Britain's resolve hardened. The next chapter of the war was about to begin. Hitler now looked to the skies and seas, planning to break Britain's defences before launching a full invasion. The Battle of Britain was coming, but the story of 1940 was a reminder: war could be fast, brutal, and unpredictable. It had changed Europe forever. The old world was gone. A new, darker world had arrived. France had fallen. Most of Europe was now under Nazi control. Hitler's armies stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to the borders of the Soviet Union. Only one major power remained standing in Western Europe: Britain. Hitler believed Britain would make peace now. He thought the British would see reason, surrender, and avoid more bloodshed, but he was wrong. Britain, led by Winston Churchill, refused to back down. Instead of peace talks, Churchill answered with powerful words: "We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall never surrender." Germany could not invade Britain right away. The English Channel stood in the way. To cross it, Germany first needed to destroy Britain's air power. Without control of the skies, an invasion by sea would be suicide. So Hitler gave the order: defeat the Royal Air Force, the RAF. What followed was one of the most important air battles in history. It became known as the Battle of Britain. It began in July 1940. The German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, launched waves of attacks across the skies of southern England. At first, their targets were ships in the Channel, radar stations and airfields. Their goal was to weaken the RAF's ability to fight back. British pilots scrambled to intercept them. Flying in tight formations in fast, agile fighter planes like the Spitfire and the Hurricane, they flew day after day, sometimes 5 or 6 missions in one day, racing to defend their country. The Luftwaffe had more planes and more pilots. On paper, they were stronger. But the British had key advantages. They were fighting over their own land, which meant if a British pilot was shot down and survived, he could return to base and fly again. German pilots who went down were captured. Britain also had radar, a new technology at the time. Radar stations could detect incoming German aircraft before they arrived. This gave the RAF time to prepare and respond. The fighting in the skies was intense. Dogfights, close air battles between planes, filled the air with smoke and fire. The sky became a deadly arena where young men fought, maneuvered, and died in seconds. Many of the RAF pilots were in their late teens or early 20s. They were called the Few because they were so outnumbered, but their courage turned the tide of the war. In August, the Luftwaffe began bombing airfields more heavily. The RAF was pushed to its limits. Planes were damaged faster than they could be repaired, and some airbases were nearly destroyed. Morale dropped, and victory looked uncertain. Then Hitler made a mistake. After a British bombing raid on Berlin, Hitler was furious. He ordered the Luftwaffe to change its targets. Instead of focusing on the RAF, they would bomb British cities, especially London. This was the beginning of what became known as the Blitz. On September 7, 1940, German bombers attacked London. Explosions lit up the sky, fires spread, and entire neighborhoods were destroyed. The bombing didn't stop for days. For the next 8 months, German aircraft dropped bombs on British cities, night after night. Civilians took shelter in underground stations, families slept on train platforms deep beneath the city, and children were evacuated to the countryside. Fire brigades worked endlessly to put out the flames, and people dug through the rubble, looking for survivors. The sound of air raid sirens became a part of daily life. But through all of this, the RAF was able to recover. With the Luftwaffe no longer focused on their airfields, they repaired runways, trained new pilots, and replaced damaged aircraft. Slowly, the RAF regained its strength. By mid-September, the tide had turned. On September 15th, a massive German attack was launched, but the RAF fought back with everything they had. German bombers were shot down in large numbers. The invasion was postponed. Hitler realized that the Luftwaffe had failed to gain air superiority. Operation Sea Lion, the planned invasion of Britain, was quietly cancelled. Germany would not cross the Channel. The Battle of Britain was over. It was the first major defeat for Nazi Germany. It was also the first battle in history fought entirely in the air. But most importantly, it was a turning point. Until now, Hitler had won almost everything. Country after country had fallen. But here a small group of young pilots, supported by a nation refusing to give up, had stood their ground. Churchill later said, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." The victory didn't mean the war was over, far from it, but it meant that Britain had survived. It remained a base from which the future liberation could begin. It was a light in the darkness. The Blitz continued for months. More than 40,000 civilians were killed, and entire cities were scarred. But the people never gave in. They showed a resilience that inspired the world. Bomb shelters became homes, songs and radio shows kept spirits up, and children played in rubble-strewn streets. Life went on, that quiet bravery, millions refusing to break under constant danger, was its own kind of heroism. The Luftwaffe eventually shifted its focus. Bombers were moved to prepare for a new campaign in the east against the Soviet Union, but the scars of the Blitz would remain on Britain for years. In the ashes of bombed-out buildings, hope still lived. This chapter of the war proved something powerful. Hitler could be stopped. Courage, technology, and unity could stand against overwhelming force. Britain's stand changed the course of history. It was no longer a war of quick victories. It was now a test of will, of endurance, and of spirit. And the world was watching. The next battles would be even bigger. Across the ocean, another giant was beginning to stir. The United States had not yet entered the war, but its people were paying attention. Soon the war would spread even farther, from Europe to Africa, from the skies to the oceans, and eventually across the world. But for now, the smoke over London began to clear. The sound of planes gave way to silence, and the RAF stood tall, battered but unbeaten. The invasion never came. Britain had survived, and that survival would give hope to all those still under Nazi rule. that freedom could still win. While armies clashed across continents and plains roared above cities, another kind of war was being fought in silence. It didn't have uniforms or flags. It didn't follow front lines or rules. It was fought in alleyways, in forests, in secret rooms lit by candlelight. It was a war of whispers, of coded messages, of quiet bravery. This was the war in the shadows. After Nazi Germany conquered much of Europe, many believed the fight was over. Hitler's control seemed absolute. His forces ruled with fear, rounding up anyone who resisted, silencing voices, and stamping out rebellion. But beneath the surface, a different kind of resistance was growing, not with tanks or guns, but with courage, with sabotage, with secrets. In countries like France, Poland, the Netherlands, Norway, and Belgium, ordinary people refused to stay silent. They watched German patrols walk their streets and saw their countries change overnight, but they chose to resist, often at great personal risk. Teachers, farmers, shopkeepers, students, anyone could become a part of the resistance. Anyone could choose to fight back in small, powerful ways. In France, resistance networks began as small groups. They would distribute leaflets, spread news the Nazis wanted to hide, and pass along radio broadcasts from Britain. They painted symbols of defiance on walls, they helped downed Allied pilots escape across borders, and they kept going, even when their members were tortured or killed. One of the most dangerous missions for these groups was sabotage. They would blow up the train tracks used to transport German troops, they'd cut telephone wires, damage factories producing weapons, and even poison fuel supplies. Every act, no matter how small, slowed the Nazi war machine. The Gestapo, Hitler's secret police, hunted them relentlessly. Informants lurked everywhere. One careless word could lead to arrest. Entire families disappeared overnight. But the resistance kept growing, fueled by anger, loss, and hope. In Poland, the resistance was even more organized. The Polish underground army was one of the largest in Europe. They ran secret schools, published underground newspapers, and carried out daring raids against German targets. They even had spies reporting German troop movements to the Allies. One of the most powerful acts of Polish resistance was the Warsaw Uprising in 1944. Thousands of fighters rose up against the German occupiers, hoping to liberate the capital before the Soviets arrived. For weeks they held the city, using homemade weapons and sheer determination, but the uprising was crushed, and the city was left in ruins. Still, the world had seen their courage. Resistance wasn't limited to Europe. In Yugoslavia, partisans led by Josip Broz Tito waged a brutal guerrilla war against the Nazis and their allies. In Greece and Albania, mountain fighters launched ambushes, destroyed bridges, and harassed German forces at every turn. Meanwhile, in the heart of Nazi Germany, even some Germans resisted. Groups like the White Rose, made up of students and professors, printed leaflets calling for an end to the war and the regime. They were arrested and executed, but their message lived on. And then there were the spies. Espionage became one of the most vital and dangerous parts of the war. The British Intelligence Service, MI6, and the American OSS, the forerunner of the CIA, trained agents to operate behind enemy lines. These men and women were dropped by parachute into occupied territories, carrying radios, money, and fake papers. Their missions were to link up with local resistance groups, send back intelligence, and coordinate sabotage. Many of these agents were women. One of the most famous was Virginia Hall, an American who worked for the British Special Operations Executive. With a wooden leg and fluent in French, she evaded the Gestapo for years, organizing networks, training fighters, and helping hundreds escape. The Nazis called her the most dangerous Allied spy. Another was Nu Inayat Khan, a British Indian wireless operator who was captured in France. Even under torture, she gave up nothing. She was executed in Deo, but her silence saved many lives. The risks were enormous. Radio transmissions had to be short and fast, or they'd be tracked. Safe houses were constantly at risk of betrayal. If captured, agents were often tortured and killed, but their work gave the Allies eyes and ears deep inside enemy territory. In Britain, the code breakers at Bletchley Park worked in secret to crack German codes. The most famous was Enigma, a machine used by the Germans to send encrypted messages. It was believed to be unbreakable, but thanks to brilliant minds like Alan Turing and a team of mathematicians and linguists, the Allies broke the code. They could now read German military plans, sometimes before the German commanders on the front lines. The work at Bletchley Park was hidden from the public for decades, but historians now believe it may have shortened the war by years. Across the Atlantic, the Americans were also building their spy networks. They trained agents, created forged documents, and even designed exploding cigars and invisible ink. In Asia, spies tracked Japanese troop movements, helped guerrilla fighters, and coordinated resistance in occupied territories like the Philippines and Burma. In Germany, not all resistance came from citizens. Some came from inside the military. In 1944, a group of German officers plotted to assassinate Hitler and take control of the government. They planted a bomb in his headquarters. The bomb exploded, but Hitler survived. The plot failed, and many were executed in its aftermath. But it showed that even within Hitler's circle, some were willing to risk everything to stop him. All of this, the resistance, the sabotage, the espionage, was not just about small victories. It tied down German troops who might have fought on the front lines. It disrupted supply lines. It gave the Allies crucial information, and most of all, it gave hope to the people living under Nazi rule. Knowing that someone was fighting back, even in secret, made a difference. It reminded them that the Nazi grip was not absolute, that courage could bloom even in the darkest of times. The war in the shadows wasn't always glorious. It was filled with betrayal, loss, and pain. Resistance fighters were often executed without a trial. Families were punished, and villages were burned in retaliation. The cost was high, but still, they fought. And when the Allies finally began liberating Europe, they weren't alone. The resistance rose up in every country, guiding troops, cutting off German retreats, and reclaiming cities. In France, resistance fighters helped free Paris. In Italy, partisans captured and executed Mussolini. All over Europe, the war in the shadows burst into the light. This hidden war didn't win headlines like D-Day or Stalingrad, but without it, the bigger victories might not have happened. It showed that even under occupation, even under fear, people could choose to resist, that the human spirit could refuse to be broken. And so, while tanks rolled across battlefields and leaders gave speeches, ordinary people in basements, forests, and quiet streets changed history in silence. Their stories remind us that heroism doesn't always wear a uniform. Sometimes it carries a message through the night. Sometimes it lights a fuse in the dark. Sometimes it simply refuses to bow. The war in the shadows was fought not just with weapons, but with willpower. It was fought with secrecy, silence, and incredible strength. And as the world moved toward a full-scale global war, this resistance laid the groundwork for something greater. The light of liberation was still far away, but its first flickers came from the shadows. As Europe burned and resistance fighters worked in silence, a different kind of war erupted far from the cities and forests. This one wasn't fought in muddy trenches or shattered buildings. It was fought in sand, endless, dry, golden sand, in a vast desert where the heat could melt steel and survival was as tough as any battle. This was North Africa, and here the war became a deadly game of strategy, speed, and supply. The Desert War began as an extension of the European conflict. Italy under Mussolini had long dreamed of creating a new Roman Empire, and North Africa, especially Libya, was key to that dream. In 1940, Mussolini's forces launched an invasion from Libya into Egypt, which was controlled by the British. He hoped for a quick victory, but the desert had other plans. The British struck back hard. Their counterattack pushed the Italians hundreds of miles back, capturing thousands of prisoners. Mussolini's army was humiliated. To avoid a total collapse, he turned to Hitler for help, and Hitler answered by sending one of his most brilliant generals, Erwin Rommel. Rommel was already a legend from his victories in France. Now in Africa, he would earn a new title, the Desert Fox. Rommel arrived in early 1941 with a small but highly mobile force called the Afrika Korps. He understood desert warfare better than most. He moved fast, attacked unexpectedly, and used the open landscape to outflank and surprise his opponents. His tanks kicked up dust storms that confused his enemies and masked his movements. He didn't wait to be ready, he attacked and kept attacking. In just a few weeks, Rommel turned the tide. He pushed the British all the way back to the Egyptian border. His tactics were bold, almost reckless, but they worked. He became a hero back home in Germany and earned the respect of both friend and foe. But this wasn't just a duel between armies. It was a battle of logistics. Every bullet, every drop of fuel had to cross vast distances. Supply lines stretched thin across desert roads and the open sea. The British forces controlled the Mediterranean and made it difficult for Rommel to get what he needed. His tanks were deadly, but they often ran low on fuel before reaching the fight. Still, Rommel kept going. The British, meanwhile, were not done. In Cairo and Alexandria, their commanders regrouped. Reinforcements arrived from across the empire: Australians, Indians, New Zealanders, South Africans. Together they made up the British Eighth Army, and soon they would get a new leader, General Bernard Montgomery. Montgomery was everything Rommel wasn't: cautious, methodical, and focused on preparation. Where Rommel gambled, Montgomery planned. He understood the value of patience, and he knew that to beat Rommel, he'd need overwhelming force and full control of his supplies. The two men would clash in one of the most important desert battles of the entire war, El Alamein. By mid-1942, Rommel had pushed deep into Egypt. His forces were dangerously close to the Suez Canal, a lifeline of the British Empire. If the Axis took the canal, it would cut Britain off from its colonies in Asia and the Middle East. Oil, troops, and supplies would be trapped. But Montgomery had fortified El Alamein, a narrow stretch of land between the sea and the Qattara Depression, a massive area of impossible terrain. Rommel couldn't go around, he had to go through. Montgomery waited until he was ready, until he had more tanks, more guns, and enough supplies to last for weeks. Then, in October 1942, he launched a massive attack. The battle was brutal. Artillery roared through the night, and tanks clashed in blinding sandstorms. The ground shook. Rommel's troops fought back fiercely, but they were low on everything, especially fuel. The Desert Fox couldn't outmaneuver Montgomery this time. After weeks of grinding battle, Rommel's forces were forced to retreat. For the first time, the Afrika Korps had been stopped and pushed back. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill saw the victory as a turning point. He famously said, "This is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. While Rommel pulled back westward, another Allied force prepared to strike from a different angle. In November 1942, British and American troops landed in Morocco and Algeria, French territories under German influence. The operation was called Torch. These landings opened a second front in North Africa. Rommel now faced Allied forces on both sides, Montgomery's army coming from the east and fresh American and British troops from the west. At first, the Americans were inexperienced. In their first major battle, the Kasserine Pass, they suffered heavy losses. Rommel, even with fewer men and supplies, managed to punch through their lines. But the Americans learned quickly. They regrouped, improved their tactics, and gained strength. By early 1943, the Axis was trapped in Tunisia. Rommel's forces were low on everything: fuel, ammunition, food. The Allies kept pushing, tightening the noose. Air power dominated the skies. The desert became a graveyard of burnt-out tanks and twisted metal. Rommel was eventually recalled to Germany. Without him, the Afrika Korps couldn't hold. In May 1943, over 250,000 Axis troops surrendered in Tunisia. North Africa was in Allied hands. The Desert Campaign had lasted nearly 3 years. It had stretched across thousands of miles and had involved soldiers from more than a dozen nations. It was a war of endurance, of supply, of nerves, and it had changed the course of the war. From North Africa, the Allies would launch their next great offensive into southern Europe. But the Desert War did more than just open a path. It gave the Allies their first real land victory against the Nazis. It proved that Hitler's forces could be beaten, and it showed that unity between nations, Britain, America, and others, could work. It also produced stories of incredible bravery: mechanics who repaired tanks in the scorching heat, medics who treated wounded soldiers under fire, pilots who flew missions across the endless sand with no landmarks to guide them, and infantry who fought under a blazing sun, knowing that death could come from a sniper or simply from thirst. The war in North Africa wasn't as famous as Normandy or Stalingrad, but it mattered. Every mile taken in the desert was a step closer to Europe. Every victory there brought hope to a world still trapped in darkness, and for those who fought, the memories never faded. They remembered the blinding glare of the sun off the sand, the silence between battles, the burning wreckage, the comrades lost. The desert was vast, cruel, and indifferent, but in it men proved what they were made of. They adapted, they survived, and they overcame. Against the odds, they had turned the tide. North Africa had been just one front, but it reminded the world of something important. The Axis could be pushed back. The war would still take years and many more lives, but the momentum had begun to shift. From the burning sands of Libya and Egypt to the hills of Tunisia, the Allies had learned how to fight and how to win. The Desert War was over, but the battle for Europe was just beginning. The war in North Africa had shown the world that the Axis could be stopped. Rommel had been pushed back, and the Allies had claimed a victory in the sands. But while the tanks clashed in the desert, something far greater, far darker, was building in the east. Back in Europe, Hitler had set his sights on the Soviet Union. For years, the Nazi-Soviet pact had held. It was a deal of convenience, nothing more. Hitler didn't trust Stalin, and Stalin didn't trust Hitler, but they had stayed out of each other's way. That uneasy peace had allowed Hitler to conquer much of Western Europe without worrying about the East. But Hitler never intended to keep that deal. To him, the Soviet Union was the ultimate prize, a land of vast resources, fertile soil, and oil fields. But more than that, it was an ideological enemy. He hated communism. He saw the Slavs as inferior, and he believed it was Germany's destiny to rule the East, to expand its territory, what he called Lebensraum, or living space. So in the early morning of June 22nd, 1941, Hitler launched Operation Barbarossa, the largest land invasion in history. Over 3 million German soldiers, along with troops from Italy, Romania, Finland, and others, crossed the border into the Soviet Union. Thousands of tanks, planes, and artillery followed. It was a surprise attack, swift, brutal, and overwhelming. The Soviet forces were caught off guard. Despite warnings from spies and deserters, Stalin refused to believe that Hitler would betray him. Even when German planes began bombing Soviet airfields, some officers thought it was a mistake, but it wasn't. The Nazis struck along a wide front, stretching from the Baltic Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south. Their plan was fast and deadly to crush the Soviet army in weeks. Cities like Leningrad, Moscow, and Kiev were the targets. The blitzkrieg that had brought down Poland and France was now unleashed on Russia. In the first few weeks, the German advance was unstoppable. The Soviet air forces were destroyed on the ground, entire Red Army divisions were surrounded, and hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops were captured. Civilians fled as flames and fear followed the invaders. The Germans believed the war would be over by winter. Hitler told his generals that the Soviet Union would collapse like a house of cards. And for a while, it looked like he was right. But the Soviet Union was not Poland, it was not France. It was massive, with deep reserves of manpower and industry, and its people had seen war and hunger before. They would not fall easily. As the German troops advanced, they also unleashed terror. The invasion wasn't just military, it was ideological. Behind the front lines, special Nazi units called Einsatzgruppen followed. Their mission was to kill Jews, political leaders, intellectuals, anyone who might resist. In town after town, villages were wiped out, men, women, and children were lined up and shot in fields and forests. These were the first steps of the Holocaust in the East. But the Soviet people resisted, sometimes with rifles, sometimes with nothing more than their bare hands. In Leningrad, the Germans surrounded the city, trying to starve it into surrender. For 900 days, the people held out. They ate anything they could find, rats, glue, even wallpaper paste, but they did not give in. In Moscow, Stalin refused to leave. As the Germans approached, he stayed in the capital and ordered the defense of the city. In the freezing mud of October and November, Soviet troops fought back. Reinforcements from Siberia, tough, winter-trained soldiers, helped turn the tide, and for the first time the German advance stalled. Winter came, and it was brutal. The Germans had not prepared for the cold. They believed the war would be won by then. Their soldiers lacked winter clothing, their tanks and trucks froze, and their weapons jammed. The snow fell deep, and the temperatures dropped to -30 degrees Celsius and lower. Frostbite spread through the ranks. The same fate that had crushed Napoleon's army now began to choke Hitler's. Meanwhile, Soviet factories far beyond the Urals kept producing. Trains carried tanks, guns, and supplies from the east. The Red Army rebuilt itself with staggering speed, and Soviet civilians, driven by desperation and patriotism, dug trenches, built defenses, and joined militias. By December 1941, just as the German forces reached the outskirts of Moscow, the Soviets struck back. Their counterattack shocked the Germans, pushed back by the cold, hunger, and fierce resistance. Hitler's troops were forced to retreat for the first time, but Hitler refused to give up. He replaced his generals and ordered his men to hold their positions at all costs. There would be no retreat, no surrender, not an inch of ground without a fight. The Eastern Front had become a grinding, bloody war of attrition, one city, one village, one river at a time. It was no longer a blitzkrieg, it was a battle for survival, and it was a total war. Both sides threw everything they had into the fight. Civilians were caught in the middle. Entire towns vanished, farmlands were burned, and the roads were littered with corpses. Soldiers froze in their foxholes, while the artillery thundered night and day. The scale of suffering was unlike anything the world had ever seen. Operation Barbarossa had failed to achieve its goal. The Soviet Union had not collapsed, and Moscow had not fallen, but the cost was unimaginable. Millions of soldiers and civilians had died in just the first year. Cities were shattered, and entire regions were reduced to rubble. But Hitler would not stop. He still believed he could win, and Stalin. He had been shaken, he had made mistakes, but now he was determined. His people had suffered, but they had endured. The Red Army was growing stronger, smarter, and more determined to drive the invaders out. As 1942 began, the war in the East would only grow fiercer. The Germans would strike again, this time toward the south, toward a city on the Volga River called Stalingrad. The world was beginning to understand that this war would not be short, it would not be clean, it would be a long, painful fight for survival. The deserts had been harsh, but the Eastern Front was hell on earth. The eastern winds howled, bitter and unrelenting, across a land already soaked in blood. Operation Barbarossa had failed to crush the Soviet Union in a single blow. Hitler's army, once so confident, had met the deep winter and the fierce Soviet resistance. But the war in the East was far from over. In 1942, it would grow colder, crueler, and far more personal. The cities of Leningrad and Stalingrad, two names etched in the soul of the war, would become symbols of both suffering and resistance. The first was already under siege. Leningrad, the proud city on the Baltic Sea, had been surrounded by German and Finnish forces since September 1941. Hitler had ordered it to be starved, not stormed. He didn't want to waste his troops. He wanted it erased, its people dead, the city wiped from the map. The trains had stopped, the roads were cut, and supplies couldn't get in. And so the long siege began. Inside Leningrad, 2.5 million people were trapped. Among them were hundreds of thousands of children. The food ran out quickly, then the power, then the heat. Winter came, a brutal Russian winter. The cold crept through the walls, the water pipes froze, and the ground was too hard to bury the dead. People burned their furniture for warmth. They ate anything they could, bread made of sawdust, glue boiled into soup, even leather belts. Pits disappeared. Then neighbors, famine swallowed the city. Some ate wallpaper paste, some dug up frozen corpses. People died on benches, in stairwells, on the street, quietly, without a sound. There were no funerals, only silence and snow. But Leningrad did not fall. The people dug trenches, built defenses, and kept going. Artists painted, and musicians played. A symphony was written in the heart of the siege, Shostakovich's Seventh, performed while the city starved. Loudspeakers blasted the music across the empty streets and to the enemy lines as if to say, "We are still here." A narrow path over a frozen lake became the city's lifeline, the road of life. Trucks drove over the ice at night, dodging bombs and thin spots. Some fell through, others made it. Food came in, and children were evacuated. The city hung on. For nearly 900 days, Leningrad endured. Nearly 1 million people would die, mostly from hunger. But the city would never surrender. Its suffering became a symbol, not just for Russia but for the world. But as Leningrad clung to survival, Hitler turned his focus south toward oil. He needed fuel to power his tanks, his planes, his war machine. The oil fields in the Caucasus were his new objective. To reach them, he would have to capture a city on the Volga River, a city that bore Stalin's name, Stalingrad. It was more than just a strategic move, it was personal. Hitler wanted to crush Stalin's pride, and Stalin, he refused to let it happen. He ordered his commanders not one step back. If Leningrad was about survival, Stalingrad would be about defiance. In the summer of 1942, the German Sixth Army, led by General Paulus, pushed towards Stalingrad. They advanced across the wide, dusty steppes. They bombed the city from the sky, turning homes and factories into rubble. When they arrived, Stalingrad was already in ruins, but it was not empty. Soviet soldiers, factory workers, and even teenagers picked up rifles and prepared to defend it. The fight for Stalingrad began street by street, house by house, room by room. The battle turned into one of the most brutal in human history. Snipers hid in basements, flamethrowers cleared buildings, and machine guns rattled in the rubble. Soldiers fought for a staircase, then lost it the next day. The front lines changed by the hour. The Germans called it Rattenkrieg, rat war, because it was fought in sewers, alleys, and broken buildings. Civilians still lived in the ruins. They carried water under fire and treated the wounded in underground hospitals. Some joined the fight. Others simply tried to survive. The city became a graveyard. Bodies were everywhere, frozen, burned, buried in debris. The Volga River, running behind the city, was blood red. Soviet reinforcements crossed it at night, under enemy fire. They came in waves. Some never made it, but the flow did not stop. Then, in November 1942, the tide turned. The Soviets launched a massive counterattack, Operation Uranus. It didn't hit the Germans head-on. Instead, it struck the weaker Romanian and Hungarian troops guarding the flanks. The plan worked. The Soviet forces broke through and surrounded the German Sixth Army inside Stalingrad. What followed was a reversal of roles. Now the Germans were the ones who were trapped. Winter came again, bitter and merciless. Food ran out, ammunition ran low, and the wounded froze in tents and cellars. Paulus radioed Berlin for permission to break out. Hitler refused. He told his troops to fight to the last man, but no relief came. The Soviets tightened the noose. They crushed every attempt to resupply the trapped Germans. Starving, freezing, and without hope, the Sixth Army collapsed from within. On January 31st, 1943, General Paulus surrendered. A few days later, the rest of the army followed. Nearly 300,000 German troops had entered Stalingrad. Less than 100,000 were taken prisoner. Only about 5,000 would ever return home. Stalingrad marked a turning point. For the first time, the German war machine had been decisively stopped. The myth of Nazi invincibility was broken. Across Europe, people took notice, resistance grew, and hope sparked in places where there had been none. But the cost was unimaginable. Stalingrad had been destroyed. Over 2 million people, soldiers and civilians, were killed, wounded, or missing. Entire families vanished, and the streets were nothing but ashes and bones. But the Soviet spirit had held. Stalin's order, not one step back, had become a brutal reality. As the German army began to retreat, the Red Army pushed forward. Slowly, painfully, the tide of war was turning. Leningrad still stood. Stalingrad had endured, and the Eastern Front, once seen as a quick victory for Hitler, had become a graveyard for his dreams. In the years ahead, more cities would burn, and more lives would be lost. But after Stalingrad, the world knew that something had changed. The Nazi advance had been stopped, and now the long road to Berlin had begun. December 7th, 1941. A quiet Sunday morning. The Hawaiian sky was clear, the water was calm, and most of the sailors at Pearl Harbor were still waking up, writing letters home, shaving, reading the paper, or just starting their breakfast. It felt like any other peaceful day on the island, but beneath that stillness, across the Pacific Ocean, something terrible was already on its way. Hundreds of miles away, a fleet of Japanese warships, including 6 aircraft carriers, moved silently through the Pacific. On board, pilots tightened their flight suits, checked their gear, and climbed into their planes, marked with the rising sun. They had trained for months. They had been told that this strike would stun the world, that America wouldn't expect it, and they were right. At exactly 7:55 a.m., the first wave of Japanese aircraft descended on Pearl Harbor. The attack came like lightning. No warning, no declaration, just explosions, sirens, and smoke. The first bombs hit Battleship Row. The USS Arizona was struck by a massive, armor-piercing bomb that ignited its ammunition stores. In seconds, the entire ship exploded into a fireball. Over 1,000 men died in that single blast. Some never even left their bunks. The USS Oklahoma was hit next. Torpedoes tore open her side, and she capsized quickly, trapping hundreds of sailors below deck. Some pounded on the steel from the inside, waiting for help that wouldn't arrive in time. The harbor, once calm, was now full of fire, sinking ships, and cries for help. American anti-aircraft gunners rushed to their stations. Some fired from the ground with pistols and rifles. Others scrambled into their planes, trying to get airborne. But the Japanese had control of the skies. Zeros screamed through the air, shooting down anything that moved. Fuel tanks ignited, and hangars burst into flames. The sky turned black with smoke. In just under 2 hours, more than 2,400 Americans were killed. Over 1,000 were wounded. 8 battleships were damaged or destroyed, and nearly 200 aircraft were gone. And yet the heart of the American Pacific Fleet, the aircraft carriers, were not in the harbor that day. They were out at sea. The Japanese had missed them. That detail, that twist of fate, would change everything. As the smoke cleared, the Japanese pilots flew back to their carriers, satisfied with the devastation they had caused. But they hadn't destroyed American morale. They had awakened it. The next day, President Franklin D. Roosevelt addressed the nation. He sat before Congress and the country, his voice steady, his words unforgettable. Yesterday, he said, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The room was silent. The nation listened. And when Roosevelt asked Congress to declare war, they did so almost unanimously. Just like that, America was in the war. But Pearl Harbor wasn't just an attack on a naval base. It was a message. It was Japan telling the world that they were no longer in anyone's shadow. They believed they could take on the West, that they could dominate the Pacific, and for a while, it seemed they could. The Japanese military struck across the Pacific like a tidal wave. Hours after Pearl Harbor, they hit the Philippines, then Guam, Wake Island, Hong Kong, and Singapore. One by one, the dominoes fell. In just a few months, Japan had taken more territory than anyone thought possible. Their empire stretched from the Aleutian Islands in the north to the jungles of Southeast Asia. In the Philippines, American and Filipino soldiers fought bravely, but they were outgunned, outnumbered, and cut off. General Douglas MacArthur, the U.S. commander, was ordered to leave, heartbroken. He left with a promise, "I shall return." Thousands were not so lucky. After surrendering, American and Filipino prisoners were forced to march over 60 miles in the scorching heat without food or water. This would become known as the Batanon Death March. Thousands died along the way, beaten, shot, or starved. It was one of the war's earliest and cruelest tragedies. But if Japan thought that America would stay down, they were wrong. The sleeping giant had awoken, and it was angry. In factories across the United States, production exploded. Men enlisted in droves, and women took over the factory lines, building planes, tanks, and ships. Rosie the Riveter became a symbol of strength. In Detroit, Los Angeles, and Chicago, cities turned into engines of war. New ships rolled off the assembly lines faster than ever before. Bombers and fighters filled the skies. The American war machine was roaring to life, and it was only just beginning. In the Pacific, the US Navy regrouped. Despite the losses at Pearl Harbor, they still had their aircraft carriers. Those floating air bases would prove to be America's greatest advantage. Naval warfare was changing. No longer would big battleships decide the fate of wars. Now it would be the carriers, their planes striking from miles away, that would rule the seas. Back in Japan, military leaders celebrated their victories. They believed that America had no stomach for a long war, that the US would seek peace. But they had misunderstood the American spirit. The bombing of Pearl Harbor had united the country, north, south, east, and west. Americans were ready to fight, and they weren't just fighting for revenge. They were fighting for something bigger, for freedom, for democracy, and to stop a world from being crushed under dictatorships. Meanwhile, Germany and Italy, Japan's allies, declared war on the United States. Now, the conflict that had been raging in Europe and Asia was truly global. From the deserts of North Africa to the islands of the Pacific, from the streets of Paris to the jungles of Burma, the world was engulfed in the largest war it had ever seen. Pearl Harbor marked the turning point. It was the moment the United States went from a bystander to a full participant. It shifted the balance of power. It added the industrial and military weight of a nation that had been preparing for war even while staying neutral. America's entry meant that the Axis powers would now face a new, relentless enemy. In the months to come, the Americans would score their first victories. At the Battle of the Coral Sea, they would stop Japan's advance. At Midway, they would strike a crushing blow, sinking 4 Japanese carriers, but those moments were still ahead. For now, the focus remained on healing, rebuilding, and preparing. The people of America, once divided about the war, now stood united. The memory of the burning ships and the lost lives fueled their determination. The war would not be short, it would not be easy, but it would be fought with everything they had. And so, from the ashes of Pearl Harbor, a new chapter began, one of vengeance, resistance, and a global battle between tyranny and freedom. The sleeping giant was not just awake, it was marching forward. The sleeping giant was now fully awake. After Pearl Harbor, America had entered the war with fury and purpose, but waking up was just the beginning. Now the real battle in the Pacific had begun, and it would be a nightmare of fire, water, blood, and unforgiving terrain. Japan had already stormed across the Pacific, taking island after island, from the Philippines to Malaya, from Guam to the Dutch East Indies. They seemed unstoppable. Their navy ruled the seas, their pilots dominated the skies, and their soldiers moved with brutal speed and iron discipline. But all of that was about to be tested. The turning point came with a name that barely anyone had heard of before: Midway. It was June 1942, just 6 months after Pearl Harbor. The Japanese Navy, still confident, launched a bold plan. Their goal was to lure the American fleet into a trap near Midway Atoll and destroy what remained of the US Pacific Fleet, especially the aircraft carriers. It was supposed to be a knockout blow, but this time the Americans were ready. Thanks to their code breakers, the US Navy had cracked parts of the Japanese communication codes. They knew an attack was coming, they knew it would be at Midway, and they laid their own trap. On June 4th, the skies above Midway exploded in chaos. American and Japanese planes clashed high above the ocean. The first waves of US torpedo bombers were torn apart, slaughtered by the Japanese fighters. Almost none survived, but they had unknowingly drawn the enemy fighters down to sea level. And then came the dive bombers. While the Japanese carriers were busy refueling and rearming their planes, the American dive bombers struck. In just 5 minutes, 3 of Japan's aircraft carriers were in flames. A fourth would be sunk later that day. Japan had lost 4 of its best carriers. It was a staggering blow. Midway changed everything. The momentum began to shift. Japan was no longer advancing. Now they were holding their ground, and the Americans were preparing to push them back. But pushing back in the Pacific wasn't easy. This wasn't a war of big cities or massive tank battles. This was island warfare. Each fight was like its own brutal world, hot, wet, crawling with disease, thick with jungle, and defended by soldiers who would rather die than surrender. One of the first big tests was Guadalcanal. It began in August 1942. A small, unknown island in the Solomon chain, but it had an airstrip, unfinished but strategic. Whoever controlled it could dominate the region. The Americans landed first, taking the airfield quickly, but holding it would be a nightmare. For months the jungle turned into a killing ground. The Japanese forces launched wave after wave of night attacks, hoping to push the Americans into the sea. But the Marines held. Starving, drenched in rain, and barely sleeping, they dug in. Every tree could hide a sniper. Every hill was a death trap. Disease swept through the ranks. Malaria, dysentery, exhaustion, and the Japanese fought like ghosts. They moved silently. They attacked at night, and they wouldn't retreat. They wouldn't give up. Banzai charges came with terrifying screams, overwhelming the American lines, but still the lines held. At sea, the waters around Guadalcanal became a graveyard. Both navies clashed in a series of fierce night battles. Ships exploded, and crews were lost. Control of the waters shifted back and forth almost daily. After 6 months of hell, Japan finally withdrew. It was a victory, but it didn't feel like one. The cost had been enormous. Thousands dead, thousands more wounded or broken in body and spirit, and this was just the beginning. From Guadalcanal, the Americans began what came to be known as island hopping. The idea was simple: don't take every island, just the key ones. Leapfrog over heavily fortified islands, cut off their supplies, and move closer to Japan. Each island they took would become a stepping stone, bringing them closer to Tokyo. But there was nothing simple about it in practice. Every island was its own nightmare. Each landing was met with gunfire, mines, barbed wire, and bunkers. The Japanese had dug into the mountainsides, caves and tunnels. They had turned every grain of sand into a fortress. In the Philippines, where the war had started for many Americans, General MacArthur made his return. "I have returned," he said, as he waded ashore. It was a moment the troops had been waiting for, but taking the Philippines would cost dearly. The Battle of Leyte Gulf was the largest naval battle in history. Over 200 ships clashed. Japan threw everything they had into the fight, even using kamikaze pilots for the first time. young men willing to crash their planes into American ships in suicide attacks. It was a desperate, deadly move. Kamikazes became one of the most feared weapons of the war. They came out of the sky with no warning, no chance of turning back. They weren't aiming to survive, just to destroy. Despite the horrors, the Americans kept coming. After Leyte came Luzon. After Luzon, other islands. The jungles swallowed bodies, and the beaches ran red. But step by step, island by island, the Americans moved closer. Behind the front lines, support ships brought food, fuel, and ammunition. Engineers built airstrips almost overnight. Nurses tended to the wounded. Code talkers, Native American Marines, especially Navajo, sent messages that the Japanese could never decode. Every person had a role, and every battle was a team effort. Back in Japan, the news of the defeats was kept quiet. The public didn't know how bad things were getting. The government still told them they were winning. But inside the military headquarters, they knew the truth. They were losing ground. Their navy was shrinking. Their planes were fewer, and their soldiers were exhausted. And the Americans were not slowing down. As 1944 turned to 1945, the war in the Pacific was reaching a boiling point. The next islands would be even closer to Japan, places like Iwo Jima and Okinawa, and they would be even deadlier. But before those battles, there was still the fire of the Pacific, still the heat of brutal combat across the islands and oceans. And through it all, the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and marines fought not just for ground, but for each other. In the mud, in the blood, in the unbearable heat, they shared cigarettes, letters from home, and memories of lives that now seemed far away. They carried pictures of their sweethearts, of their mothers, of children they hadn't seen in years. They made jokes. They cried quietly, and they pushed forward because there was no other choice. The Pacific was unforgiving. It burned through everything: ships, tanks, and flesh. It didn't care about heroism or honor. It tested every man, every unit, every plan. And still, the Americans came, one beach at a time, one ridge, one bunker. They were relentless. The Japanese soldiers were no less determined. For them, surrender was shameful, and death was preferable. They fought to the last man, the last bullet, the last breath. They believed their emperor was divine, and they believed they were defending their homeland, even if the battle was on a remote atoll thousands of miles from Tokyo. There was no compromise, no middle ground, just two sides locked in a brutal fight for control of the Pacific. And slowly the tide continued to turn, from Midway to Guadalcanal, from the Philippines to the next islands ahead. The American forces were on the move. Japan's brutal advance had finally been halted. The long road to victory had begun, but the hardest battles were still ahead. The cost would rise, the fury would grow, and the fire of the Pacific would burn brighter than ever. While the world was burning with tanks, gunfire, and the screams of battles fought across deserts, jungles, and oceans, another kind of war was happening behind closed gates, barbed wire, and locked cattle cars. It was quiet. There were no battlefronts, no declarations, no generals with medals, only silence, fear, and systematic murder. The Holocaust didn't begin with gas chambers. It didn't start with the camps. It started with an idea planted deep inside Nazi ideology from the very beginning, that one group of people, the Jews, were responsible for Germany's suffering. Hitler had spoken about it long before the war began, blaming the Jews for World War I, for the economic failure, for everything that had gone wrong. He didn't keep it a secret. It was written, published, and shouted. But many people didn't believe he would actually act on it to the extreme, but he did. When the war broke out in 1939 and Germany invaded Poland, The persecution of the Jews entered a new phase. In every town and city under Nazi control, Jewish families were rounded up and separated from the rest of society. They were stripped of their businesses, their rights, and their dignity. Nazi soldiers forced them into ghettos, walled-off parts of cities where thousands were packed together like animals. The ghettos were meant to isolate, to starve, to humiliate. In places like Warsaw, entire families were shoved into single rooms. Food was rationed, and it was never enough. Disease spread quickly. People froze in the winters, children begged in the streets, and adults wasted away. And still, the Nazis pushed forward with their plan. The ghettos were just the beginning. Behind the scenes, the Nazi leadership was working toward what they called the final solution. It was a cold, bureaucratic phrase, but what it meant was horrifying: the total extermination of Europe's Jewish population. Not relocation, not imprisonment, but elimination. Step by step, it escalated. First came the yellow stars, badges that Jews had to wear to mark them as different. Then came the forced labor. People were rounded up, beaten, and sent to work in factories or on roads until their bodies gave out. But even that wasn't fast enough for the Nazis. They wanted something more efficient. So they began the deportations. Trains became instruments of death. Cattle cars packed with men, women, and children. No food, no water, no toilets. Just fear, heat, cold, and a suffocating space. Sometimes the journey lasted for days. People died along the way, crushed, starved, or frozen. And the ones who survived arrived at the death camps. Not prisons, not work camps, but places built for one purpose: murder. The names would become infamous: Auschwitz, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, Majdanek, Chelmno. At these camps the process was horrifyingly efficient. People stepped off the train, and families were torn apart instantly. Mothers were pushed one way, fathers the other. The elderly, the sick, and pregnant women were sent to one side, young men and women to another. The lie was always the same: showers, work, rest. But for most there was no work, no rest, only death. Gas chambers were disguised as shower rooms. People were locked inside, and Zyklon B pellets were dropped in. The screaming began, and then silence. Within minutes, hundreds were dead. The bodies were taken out by other prisoners. Gold teeth were removed, hair was shaved, and jewelry was stolen. The remains were burned in giant crematoria, and the next train came, and the next, and the next. Millions of people passed through these gates. Most never came back. But the victims were not just numbers, they were human beings. They had names, lives, and stories. They were doctors, bakers, students, violinists, and tailors. They were children who played in the streets, grandparents who told bedtime stories, and couples in love, people who had no idea they were walking into their deaths. And the Holocaust didn't only target Jews. Roma communities, called gypsies at the time, were also sent to the camps. So were the disabled, the mentally ill, political dissidents, Jehovah's Witnesses, and LGBTQ individuals. The Nazi machine labeled anyone who didn't fit their twisted vision of perfection as less than human. Resistance existed. In the ghettos, some Jews organized uprisings. In Warsaw, in 1943, fighters took up smuggled weapons and resisted the Nazis for nearly a month. They knew they wouldn't survive, but they chose to fight anyway. In other places, people dug tunnels, hid children, and risked their lives to save strangers. Ordinary people became heroes: farmers who hid families in their barns, nuns who forged baptism papers, and diplomats who issued fake visas. A few tried to do something, while the rest of the world looked away. Because outside the camps, The full horror of the Holocaust was not yet known. Some rumors made it out. Stories from escapees, whispers from behind the wire, but they were hard to believe. People couldn't imagine that such cruelty could be real. Even the Allied governments struggled to grasp what was happening. Some did know, and they did nothing. The trains kept running, the gas chambers kept operating, and the killing went on. By the time the war turned against Germany, and the Red Army began pushing west through Poland, the Nazis started trying to cover their tracks. They burned documents, destroyed the camps, and forced the surviving prisoners on death marches, long freezing journeys to move them away from the advancing forces. Thousands died along the roads. When Soviet troops reached Auschwitz in January 1945, they found only a few thousand survivors starving, broken, and barely alive. They also found warehouses filled with belongings, shoes, suitcases, glasses, and hair. The remnants of over 1 million lives erased in one place alone. The truth was undeniable. This had been a genocide, an industrialized murder, not just of Jews, but also of Roma people, disabled people, political prisoners, and others. But the Jewish people had been at the center of it all. 6 million Jews were murdered, not in the heat of battle, not in chaos, but through careful planning, cold logic, and bureaucracy. The Nazis had called it the final solution. Now the world was seeing what that meant. The Allies forced German civilians to walk through the camps. Some had claimed they didn't know. Some really didn't. But others had seen the smoke, heard the trains, and watched their neighbors disappear. Now there was no denying it. The truth was right in front of them. News crews and photographers were brought in. The footage was shown in cinemas across the world. The goal wasn't just to inform. It was to make sure people understood the scale of it. What had happened wasn't just a crime. It was a crime against humanity. In the months that followed, as the survivors slowly recovered, their stories began to emerge. Stories of how people had been rounded up, herded into ghettos, and then packed into trains. How families were torn apart at the arrival ramps. How people were told they were going to take showers, and then were gassed. How entire communities had vanished. In the space of a few months, survivors spoke about the forced labor, the beatings, the medical experiments, the starvation. Many had lost everyone, their parents, their siblings, their children. Their faces were hollow, but they spoke because they wanted the world to remember, to never forget. And yet, the horror was so vast that some people didn't believe it at first. It didn't seem possible. But the Nazis had kept records, meticulous, bureaucratic records, lists, charts, and numbers. And the Allies had the camps, the witnesses. The evidence was overwhelming. As the war ended, a new kind of justice began. The Nuremberg trials were launched. High-ranking Nazi leaders were put on trial for war crimes and crimes against humanity. For the first time in history, the world came together in a courtroom to hold leaders accountable for genocide. They presented films, eyewitness accounts, and documents from inside the Nazi system. One after another, the truth was laid bare. Some of the accused denied it. Some said they were just following orders, but others admitted what had happened. The court heard everything, from the designers of the gas chambers to the officers who loaded people into the cattle cars. 12 men were sentenced to death. Others received long prison sentences. But no punishment could match the crimes. There was no way to make it right. Justice in a case like this was imperfect, but it was still important. For the survivors, life after liberation wasn't simple. Most had nowhere to go. Their homes were gone, their families were gone, and their countries were destroyed or had turned against them. Many ended up in displaced persons camps, waiting for a chance to start again. Some would go to America, some to Israel. Some stayed in Europe, trying to rebuild, but they all carried the scars of what they had seen and lived through. The discovery of the Holocaust changed how the world thought about war, about humanity, about law. New definitions were created: genocide, crimes against humanity. New promises were made: never again. But even then it was hard to process. How had it happened? How had a modern, educated society descended into this kind of cruelty? It hadn't happened all at once. It had started with words, with laws, with discrimination, with exclusion, with propaganda. Over time, those small steps had built into something monstrous. That's the part the world had to understand. The Holocaust wasn't just about the gas chambers and the camps. It was about how people let it happen, how their neighbors turned away, how fear and hatred were used to divide and control, how silence had become complicity. Remembering the Holocaust meant remembering all of it: the choices, the warnings, the silence. And honoring the victims meant telling their stories, preserving the names, the memories, the humanity that the Nazis had tried to erase. As 1945 came to a close, the war in Europe had ended, but the echoes of what had been discovered would last forever. The survivors carried it in their bones. The soldiers who found the camps never forgot, and the world was left to wrestle with the question: how did we let this happen? Even as the parades were held and the flags were waved, a deep sadness remained beneath the surface. Victory had come, but at a terrible cost. The world had won the war against the Nazis, but it had also learned what human beings were capable of, both in cruelty and in resilience. And now, even as Europe mourned and rebuilt, eyes turned east once more. Japan was still fighting. The war in the Pacific raged on, and the world, exhausted and wounded, knew that more death was still to come. But after the camps were uncovered, after the final solution was laid bare, everything felt different. The war was no longer just about armies. It was about memory, about what kind of future the world would choose next. The guns were still firing in the distance. The world was caught in the chaos of war. But for millions across Europe, the war had taken on a different face. It wasn't just soldiers on the battlefields anymore. It was neighbors turning against neighbors, families torn apart by suspicion, and cities silenced by fear. This was life under occupation. When Germany's armies swept across Western and Eastern Europe, they didn't just conquer land, they conquered lives. From France to Norway, from Belgium to the Netherlands, from Poland to the Balkans, millions of ordinary people suddenly found themselves living in a new reality, one ruled by foreign soldiers, harsh laws, and brutal control. Occupation was a daily struggle for survival. Streets once full of laughter and music now echoed with the footsteps of soldiers and the thud of patrols. Curfews were enforced, shops were emptied or controlled, and food was rationed to the bare minimum. But beyond the hunger and the cold, there was a deeper terror: fear. Fear of being watched, fear of being reported, fear of disappearing. The Nazis were masters of propaganda. They controlled the newspapers, the radio stations, and the posters plastered on every wall. The messages were clear: obey, cooperate, and stay silent. The propaganda painted the occupiers as liberators, bringing order and stability, but the truth was far darker. In the occupied cities, propaganda masked the violence. Secret police and informers lurked in the shadows. People disappeared without a trace. Families waited at their windows, hoping for a glimpse of their loved ones who had been dragged away in the night. Collaboration became a complex, painful reality. Some people chose to cooperate with the occupiers. Others did so to survive. Some were convinced by the ideology, believing the Nazi promises, or fearing worse punishment if they resisted. Others saw an opportunity for jobs, power, or safety. But collaboration came with a heavy cost. In many places, those who helped the Nazis were hated by their neighbors, seen as traitors. After the war, many would face justice or vengeance. But during the occupation, the lines were blurry, and choices were often made under impossible pressure. At the same time, resistance movements began to form. They weren't armies. They were ordinary people, workers, farmers, students, and priests, who refused to accept the occupation. Their actions were dangerous and often secret. They printed underground newspapers, smuggled weapons, and sabotaged German operations. In France, the resistance grew stronger, carrying out daring raids, gathering intelligence for the Allies, and helping downed airmen escape. In the Netherlands, partisans sabotaged rail lines and factories. In Poland, the underground state organized entire networks to preserve their culture, their education, and their defiance. But resistance was not without risk. The Nazis responded with brutal crackdowns. Entire villages were destroyed as a punishment for supporting the partisans. People were arrested, tortured, and executed. Yet still, the courage to fight quietly burned in the hearts of many. Life under occupation also meant living with constant uncertainty. Would the food last? Would the next knock on the door bring a soldier or the secret police? Could a neighbor be trusted? Could a friend be trusted? In some places, underground networks helped those in danger. Jewish families hiding in attics or basements, refugees fleeing across borders, and families sending their children to safety. The bravery of ordinary people saved thousands of lives, often at great personal risk. For many, survival was about small acts, sharing food, whispering warnings, passing messages, or simply not giving in to despair. Children went to secret schools, and people gathered in basements to hear forbidden music or share banned books. Religion became a refuge for some, a quiet act of resistance for others. Meanwhile, the occupiers worked hard to maintain control. Factories were turned over to war production, forced labor became common, and cities became garrison towns. Streets were filled with patrols, checkpoints, and barbed wire fences. Cameras and informants kept watch. But the human spirit proved harder to suppress. In towns across Europe, graffiti appeared on the walls, quiet symbols of resistance, coded messages, or simple slogans like freedom or we will return. In cellars and forests, secret meetings were held to plan sabotage or the next act of defiance. In Norway, brave fishermen smuggled refugees across the icy fjords. In Belgium, nurses tended to wounded partisans in hidden clinics. In Greece, villages protected entire families from deportation. Occupation reshaped societies. Some communities were torn apart by suspicion, betrayal, and fear. Others were pulled together by shared suffering and hope. The occupiers were ruthless in their repression, but they underestimated the resilience of those they sought to control. The war was not just fought with guns and bombs. It was fought in the hearts and minds of millions who refused to be broken. And it was in these moments, in the dark basements, the hidden forests, and the whispered conversations, that the future of Europe was being quietly forged. Because even under occupation, life continued. People loved, laughed, cried, and hoped. And beneath the surface of fear and oppression, the dream of freedom remained alive. The vast oceans were no longer peaceful. They had become deadly battlegrounds where unseen enemies lurked beneath the waves. This was the war at sea, a silent but fierce struggle for control of the Atlantic Ocean. It was a war that would decide whether Britain and its allies could keep their lifelines open or be starved into submission. It was a war of submarines, convoys, and endless tension, where every ship could mean the difference between survival and defeat. As the war on land raged across Europe, The oceans became a crucial front. Britain depended heavily on supplies from across the Atlantic. Food, weapons, fuel, and troops had to cross thousands of miles of dangerous water to keep the island nation fighting. But the German Navy, especially their U-boat submarines, aimed to cut those lifelines. The German U-boats, or undersea boots, were deadly predators beneath the surface. Small and stealthy, these submarines could travel underwater for hours, striking without warning and disappearing before their victims could fight back. Their mission was to sink as many Allied merchant ships as possible, starving Britain of the resources it needed to survive and fight. At the start of the war, the German Navy unleashed these submarines in waves, sinking hundreds of ships in what came to be known as the Battle of the Atlantic. The early months were terrifying for the sailors and crews who sailed these convoys, vulnerable to unseen attacks in the vast cold ocean. The U-boats hunted like wolves in packs, using new tactics called wolf packs to surround the convoys and sink ship after ship. The Allies responded by organizing their ships into convoys, groups of merchant ships sailing together, escorted by warships and aircraft. These convoys became floating fortresses, better protected against submarine attacks. Escort ships, equipped with sonar and depth charges, hunted the U-boats, turning the ocean into a deadly chessboard where survival depended on technology, strategy, and sheer luck. The Battle of the Atlantic was not just about ships and submarines. It was about the people on those vessels, the merchant sailors risking their lives to deliver essential goods, the naval crews defending them, and the commanders directing this vast and complex war. Many merchant sailors faced the freezing cold seas and the terrifying moments when torpedoes struck their ships, forcing them to abandon ship in lifeboats with the enemy lurking nearby. Technology played a crucial role in shifting the tide. The Allies developed new sonar equipment to detect submarines beneath the waves. Aircraft equipped with radar patrolled the skies, spotting U-boats before they could strike. Cryptographers worked around the clock to break the German naval codes, giving the Allies the upper hand by predicting where the wolf packs would strike next. One of the most famous turning points in the Battle of the Atlantic came with the breaking of the German Enigma code. British codebreakers at Bletchley Park, including Alan Turing and his team, cracked the complex encryption used by the German Navy. This intelligence breakthrough allowed the Allies to reroute convoys away from U-boat attacks and launch counterstrikes with deadly accuracy. Despite these efforts, the battle was long and brutal. For months and years, ships continued to sink, and lives were lost at sea. But slowly, the tide turned. The Allies improved their escort tactics. Air patrols became more effective, and U-boat losses mounted. By 1943, the Battle of the Atlantic was no longer a one-sided slaughter, but a fierce contest in which the Allies gained the advantage. The ocean was not just a place of war. It was a vast stage for stories of heroism, survival, and tragedy. Many survivors told of nights spent adrift in the icy waters, clinging to wreckage, waiting for rescue. Some merchant sailors were awarded medals for their bravery, while naval crews celebrated their hard-won victories against the deadly foes. The war at sea also had a global importance. It affected the supply lines not just to Britain but to the Soviet Union and other Allied nations. Fuel, weapons, and food had to cross the dangerous waters, making the Battle of the Atlantic a critical part of the larger war effort. At the same time, the German U-boats were not only a threat in the Atlantic. The Japanese Navy deployed submarines in the Pacific, while the Allies faced similar dangers across the world's oceans. But it was the Atlantic that saw the most intense and sustained submarine warfare of the entire conflict. This undersea war tested new technology, strategy, and courage. It showed how modern warfare was not just fought on land or in the air, but in the depths of the oceans, where silence and stealth could mean life or death. For Britain, winning the Battle of the Atlantic was essential to its survival. Without the supplies brought by the convoys, the island nation could not have held out through the dark early years of the war. And for the Allies, the victory at sea opened the door to the eventual invasion of Europe, allowing troops and equipment to cross the Atlantic in preparation for D-Day and the liberation of the continent. The silent war under the waves was a dangerous and often overlooked part of World War II, but it was vital. It was a story of relentless struggle, technological innovation, and human courage. A story that reminds us how every part of the war, from the biggest battles to the smallest ships, was connected in the fight for freedom. The attack on Pearl Harbor was a shock that changed everything for the United States. Before December 7th, 1941, many Americans had hoped to stay out of the war raging across Europe and Asia, but the surprise assault by Japan forced the nation's hand. America had to respond, and fast. This marked the beginning of a massive transformation, a nation shifting from peace to total war in a matter of months. Almost overnight, the American economy and society were reshaped. Factories that once made cars, refrigerators, and other everyday goods quickly turned into production lines for tanks, planes, ships, and weapons. The country's industrial power became its greatest weapon. The slogan, "Arsenal of Democracy," captured this spirit. America was now producing the tools to fight fascism and protect freedom. In cities across the country, factories ran day and night. Assembly lines churned out B-17 bombers, Sherman tanks, Liberty ships, and millions of rifles and bullets. This was a scale of production the world had never seen before. It required millions of workers, many of whom had never worked in factories before. One of the most significant changes was the entry of women into the workforce. With millions of men joining the military, a huge labor shortage appeared. Women stepped into the gap, taking on jobs that had been almost exclusively male. They worked as welders, riveters, machinists, and electricians. The image of Rosie the Riveter became a powerful symbol of female strength and patriotism. These women faced challenges, long hours, dangerous conditions, and sometimes discrimination, but they proved they could do the work just as well as men. Their efforts not only helped win the war, but also changed ideas about gender roles in America forever. The government played a key role in managing this rapid mobilization. Agencies like the War Production Board set priorities for what the factories should build, directing raw materials and labor where they were needed most. Civilian industries were converted for war use. For example, automobile factories became producers of tanks and aircraft engines. At the same time, rationing was introduced at home to make sure that materials like rubber, gasoline, sugar, and metal were conserved for the military. Americans accepted these sacrifices, understanding that they were part of a larger effort to defeat the Axis powers. In addition to the factories, shipyards became hubs of activity. The United States built hundreds of cargo ships, known as Liberty ships, which were designed for quick and cheap construction to replace the losses caused by the German U-boats. These ships were essential for supplying the troops overseas and maintaining the flow of food, weapons, and fuel. The mobilization effort extended beyond just industry and labor. Millions of Americans enlisted or were drafted into the armed forces. Training camps sprang up across the country, preparing soldiers for combat in Europe, Africa, and the Pacific. The military expanded rapidly, growing from just over 1 million personnel in 1940 to more than 12 million by 1945. The scale of this expansion required new bases, new equipment, and new leaders. It also meant that families were separated. communities were stretched thin, and the country faced the challenge of integrating so many diverse people into a single military force. The war effort brought people from all backgrounds together. African Americans, Native Americans, and immigrants all joined the fight, though often facing discrimination and segregation. The need for manpower and skills slowly began to break down some of these barriers, planting the seeds for future civil rights movements. At home, the war transformed daily life. People listened to the radio broadcasts for news from the front, bought war bonds to help finance the military, and volunteered for civil defense activities. Schools and churches held drives to collect scrap metal and rubber. This sense of shared purpose united the nation. Hollywood also played a role, producing films and posters to boost morale and promote patriotism. Stars appeared in recruitment ads, and movies portrayed the bravery of the American soldiers and the evil of the Axis powers. This helped shape public opinion and maintain support for the war effort. Despite the enormous changes, the mobilization was not without its problems. Factories struggled with strikes and shortages of skilled workers. Racial tensions sometimes erupted as people competed for jobs and housing. The government had to balance military needs with the rights and demands of its civilians. However, the determination to win the war was stronger than these challenges. The United States was transforming itself into a war machine capable of producing unmatched levels of weapons and equipment. This industrial and social revolution was critical for the Allies' eventual victory. As the factories hummed and the ships sailed, America's economy boomed. Unemployment dropped sharply as millions found work. The war effort pulled the country out of the Great Depression, bringing new prosperity but also new pressures. The mobilization also marked the beginning of America's emergence as a global superpower. The industrial might and military strength developed during these years laid the foundation for the country's dominant role in world affairs after the war. This chapter of rapid change showed how a peaceful nation could become a formidable force through unity, innovation, and sacrifice. The people who worked in the factories, served in the military, and supported the home front all played a part in turning the tide of history. The story of America mobilizing is not just about machines and weapons, it's about people, ordinary citizens rising to meet an extraordinary challenge. Their efforts changed the course of World War II and reshaped the nation for generations to come. When the United States entered the war after Pearl Harbor, it joined forces with the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, and other nations to fight against the Axis powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan. These countries, called the Allies, had one goal: to defeat the Axis and bring an end to the global conflict. But working together was not easy. The leaders of these nations had different ideas, different cultures, and different priorities. Yet they knew they had to find a way to cooperate if they wanted to win. At the heart of this alliance were three powerful leaders: Franklin D. Roosevelt of the United States, Winston Churchill of Britain, and Joseph Stalin of the Soviet Union. They came from very different backgrounds, and they often disagreed. Roosevelt was a calm, confident statesman, focused on leading America through the crisis. Churchill was a fiery, passionate speaker who inspired his people to stand firm, no matter the cost. Stalin was a ruthless dictator, determined to protect and expand Soviet power, even if it meant harsh measures at home and abroad. Despite their differences, the three men met several times during the war to plan their strategy. These meetings were some of the most important moments in the conflict. They had to decide where and when to fight, how to share resources, and how to keep the alliance together. These talks weren't always smooth, but they kept the Allies united. One of the first agreements came even before the US officially entered the war. In August 1941, Roosevelt and Churchill met secretly on a ship off the coast of Newfoundland. There they created the Atlantic Charter, a statement of their shared goals for the post-war world. They promised not to seek territorial gain, to support the right of all people to choose their own government, and to work for peace and security after the fighting ended. This was a powerful symbol of cooperation and hope, even though the Soviet Union was not yet part of the agreement. Once America was fully involved, the three leaders had to manage a complicated global war. The fighting was happening on many fronts: Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific Islands. Coordinating military actions across such vast distances was a huge challenge. One of the biggest questions was when to open a second front in Western Europe. The Soviet Union was bearing the brunt of the German invasion and demanded that the Allies launch an attack in the West to relieve the pressure. The British and Americans wanted to wait until they had enough forces and equipment. This disagreement caused tension, but eventually they agreed to invade North Africa first, then Italy, before launching the massive invasion of France in 1944. Meanwhile, the Pacific War required a different approach. The United States took the lead here, fighting a brutal island-hopping campaign to push back the Japanese. Roosevelt worked closely with his military commanders to prioritize this front while still supporting the operations in Europe. The leaders also coordinated massive production and supply efforts. The United States' industrial power was crucial in providing weapons, vehicles, food, and fuel to all the Allied forces. Ships crossed the dangerous seas to keep the supply lines open, while factories around the world worked non-stop. Beyond the military strategy, the alliance also had to deal with political and post-war plans. At the Tehran Conference in late 1943, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin met in Iran to discuss the final stages of the war and the future world order. They agreed on the plans for the invasion of France and started talking about how to divide their influence in Europe after the victory, but not all of their plans were peaceful. Stalin was suspicious of the West and wanted to secure the Soviet borders with friendly governments. Churchill wanted to protect the British Empire and keep its global influence. Roosevelt hoped for a united world, governed by cooperation and democracy. These conflicting visions would later cause tensions both during and after the war. Throughout the war, intelligence and espionage also played a role in the Allied coordination. Sharing information about enemy movements, code breaking, and sabotage helped shape their strategy. For example, the breaking of the German Enigma code by British cryptographers gave the Allies a critical advantage in the Battle of the Atlantic. Despite their differences, the alliance worked because all three leaders understood the threat posed by the Axis powers. They put aside some of their disagreements to focus on defeating a common enemy. Their cooperation made possible the major victories like D-Day and the Soviet push toward Berlin. In the end, the partnership between Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin was uneasy but effective. It showed how even unlikely allies could come together in the face of a great danger. Their leadership helped guide the Allied nations through the darkest times of the war and set the stage for a new world order. As the war progressed, this global coordination became even more important. The Allies' ability to plan together, share resources, and coordinate their attacks was key to turning the tide against the Axis and moving closer to victory. The Italian campaign was one of the most difficult and costly parts of the war for the Allies. It began in 1943, after the successful North African campaign, when the Allies turned their attention to Europe's southern front. Their goal was to open a new route into the heart of Axis-controlled Europe and to knock Italy out of the war. The campaign started with the invasion of Sicily in July 1943. The island was a crucial stepping stone to the Italian mainland, and capturing it would give the Allies control of the Mediterranean Sea. American, British, and Canadian forces launched Operation Husky, a massive amphibious and airborne assault. The fighting was intense, but the Allies managed to break through the German and Italian defences and slowly took control of the island. The success in Sicily had major consequences. It weakened the Italian government and led to the downfall of Benito Mussolini, the fascist dictator who had ruled Italy since the 1920s. The Italian king Victor Emmanuel III dismissed Mussolini in July 1943 and had him arrested. Italy soon signed an armistice with the Allies, officially ending its participation in the war. But this did not mean the fighting had stopped in Italy. German forces quickly moved to fill the gap left by the Italians. They took control of northern Italy and turned the country into a fierce battleground. The Allies faced tough resistance from the well-prepared German troops, who used Italy's mountainous terrain to their advantage. The war in Italy became a slow and brutal grind, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. After Sicily, the Allies landed on the Italian mainland at Salerno in September 1943. The Germans were ready and launched strong counterattacks. The battle was fierce, and for a time the Allies were unsure if they could hold their positions. But reinforcements arrived, and the Allies pushed forward. The slow advance northward was marked by many battles, including the famous fight for Monte Cassino. Monte Cassino was a monastery perched on a hill, overlooking the main road to Rome. The Germans used it as a strong defensive position. For months, the Allied forces launched repeated attacks to break through. The fighting was fierce, and the battle became a symbol of the harsh and costly nature of the Italian campaign. After intense bombing and ground assaults, the Allies finally captured Monte Cassino in May 1944, opening the way to Rome. Meanwhile, the Italian people were caught in the middle. Many had grown tired of the fascist rule and welcomed the Allies as liberators, but others remained loyal to Mussolini and the Axis, joining the German forces or the Italian Social Republic, a puppet state controlled by the Nazis in northern Italy. The war caused great suffering for the civilians, with towns destroyed, food shortages, and constant danger from the bombing and ground fighting. In June 1944, the Allies entered Rome. It was a significant victory, the first Axis capital to fall, and a major morale boost. But the war in Italy was far from over. The German forces retreated north and prepared new defensive lines. The fighting continued in the rugged mountains and valleys as the Allies pushed toward the Alps. The Italian campaign was a harsh test of endurance and determination for both the soldiers and the civilians. The terrain made movement difficult. The weather conditions were often poor, and the German defenders were skilled and determined. Despite these challenges, the Allies slowly wore down their enemies and advanced. The campaign also had important strategic effects. It forced Germany to divert troops and resources away from the eastern and western fronts. It tied down German forces that might otherwise have been used to resist the D-Day invasion in France. The Italian campaign, though overshadowed by other battles, played a key role in weakening the Axis powers in Europe. The fall of Mussolini and the Italian surrender also changed the political landscape of the war. Italy went from being an enemy to a co-belligerent, fighting alongside the Allies against Germany. However, the fighting in Italy continued until the final days of the war in Europe. By the spring of 1945, the Allies had pushed the Germans back to the northern border of Italy. In April, a major offensive broke through the last of the German defences. The German forces began to retreat and surrender. On April 28, 1945, Mussolini was captured and executed by Italian partisans, ending the reign of one of Europe's most infamous dictators. The Italian campaign had been long and costly. It was marked by brutal battles, harsh conditions, and heavy casualties on both sides. Yet it showed the determination of the Allies to fight on all fronts and the resilience of the soldiers and civilians caught in the conflict. As the Allies prepared for the final push into Germany from the south, the war in Italy was a clear sign that the Axis powers were weakening. The campaign had tied down the German forces, opened a new front, and brought the Allies closer to victory in Europe. On June 6, 1944, the world witnessed one of the most daring and complex military operations in history, D-Day. This was the day when the Allied forces launched the massive invasion of Normandy, the crucial first step to breaking through Hitler's fortress Europe and turning the tide decisively in favor of the Allies. The planning for D-Day had been underway for months, involving careful coordination between the United States, Britain, Canada, and other Allied nations. The goal was simple in words, but incredibly difficult in execution. Land hundreds of thousands of troops on the heavily fortified beaches of northern France and push inland to begin liberating Western Europe from Nazi control. The beaches of Normandy were chosen after careful study. The coastline was protected by the Germans with bunkers, machine guns, mines, barbed wire, and artillery. The Nazis expected an invasion, but they did not know the exact time or place. Hitler believed the attack might come at the Pas de Calais, the narrowest point between Britain and France, so the defences there were the strongest. Normandy, a bit farther west, offered a slightly weaker but still dangerous target. Before the landings, the Allies launched a massive air and naval bombardment to soften the German defences. Thousands of bombers dropped explosives on the fortifications, bridges, and transportation lines to disrupt enemy reinforcements. At the same time, the Allies carried out deception operations, spreading false information to confuse the Germans about the invasion's location and timing. The night before the landings, airborne troops were dropped behind the enemy lines. Their mission was to capture key bridges, disrupt German communications, and hold critical points until the main forces arrived on the beaches. These paratroopers faced fierce fighting, scattered drops, and confusion, but they played a vital role in the success of the invasion. As dawn broke on June 6, the first wave of soldiers landed on 5 beaches, codenamed Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword. Each beach was assigned to different Allied forces. The American troops attacked Utah and Omaha, the British forces targeted Gold and Sword, and the Canadians took on Juno. The fighting on the beaches was brutal. At Omaha Beach, in particular, the American forces faced intense German resistance, with heavy machine gun fire and artillery raining down. Many soldiers were killed or wounded as they struggled to reach the shore, clear the obstacles, and push inland. But through incredible courage, determination, and sacrifice, the troops fought their way forward. On the other beaches, while the German resistance varied, the Allies steadily made progress. Engineers cleared mines and barbed wire, tanks provided fire support, and the infantry pushed beyond the beaches to secure towns and roads. The success of D-Day was not just about landing on the beaches, it was about securing a foothold strong enough to bring in more troops, equipment, and supplies. This beachhead allowed the Allies to begin the slow, difficult campaign to liberate France and defeat Nazi Germany. By the end of the day, the Allies had established a tenuous but vital presence in Normandy. Thousands of soldiers were ashore, and the beachhead was growing. The cost had been high, with thousands of casualties, but the operation had succeeded against enormous odds. D-Day was the culmination of years of planning, training, and cooperation. It was a moment when ordinary soldiers performed extraordinary feats of bravery. It showed the world the power of unity and determination against tyranny. The days and weeks following D-Day were filled with fierce battles as the Allies pushed inland, facing counterattacks, tough terrain, and the challenge of expanding their beachhead. The campaign in Normandy would last for months, but the invasion marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany. D-Day remains a symbol of sacrifice, courage, and the relentless fight for freedom. It was the day when the Allies took the first giant step toward ending the deadliest conflict the world had ever seen. The longest day changed history forever. After the immense struggle and sacrifice of D-Day, the Allies pressed forward, determined to free France from Nazi control. The liberation of France was not just a military campaign. It was the rekindling of hope for the millions living under occupation, and the beginning of the end for Hitler's grip on Western Europe. The fighting after Normandy was fierce and relentless. The Allies faced well-trained German forces who used every tactic to slow their advance. From the hedgerow country in Normandy to the open plains beyond, battles raged as the Allies pushed east. Tanks, infantry, artillery, and air power combined to break the German defensive lines. One of the most dramatic moments of the campaign came in August 1944, when the Allies reached Paris. The French capital had been under German occupation for 4 years. Its streets had echoed with fear and silence, but hope had never died completely. Underground resistance fighters had been working quietly inside the city, sabotaging communications and gathering intelligence for the advancing Allies. When the Allies approached Paris, the French resistance rose up in rebellion, seizing control of key points in the city. Street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, the battle to free Paris began. It was a fight fueled not only by military strategy, but by a deep desire for freedom and national pride. General Charles de Gaulle, the leader of the Free French forces, arrived to rally the people and restore French sovereignty. His famous speech from the Hôtel de Ville declared Paris liberated and urged for unity and rebuilding. The German commander in Paris, realizing that the city could not be held, ordered his troops to withdraw rather than destroy the historic capital. The people of Paris poured into the streets, celebrating the end of the occupation. The liberation was a powerful symbol to the world. Nazi tyranny was breaking apart, but the road to victory was far from over. After Paris, the Allies faced the challenge of advancing deeper into Germany itself. The German army, though battered, still fought fiercely to defend its homeland. The terrain, the supply lines, and the weather all tested the Allied forces. In the months following the liberation of France, the Allies launched a series of offensives to push the front lines east. The capture of key cities and transportation hubs was critical to disrupting the German logistics and weakening their ability to continue the fight. At the same time, the Allies worked to restore order and provide relief to the millions of displaced and suffering civilians across France. Towns and villages, freed from the occupation, faced the enormous task of rebuilding their homes, their infrastructure, and their communities, all devastated by the war. The liberation of France also inspired the resistance movements in other occupied countries, strengthening the Allied cause and spreading hope. The cooperation between the local fighters and the Allied forces proved vital in undermining the German control. The pace of the Allied advance was not constant. Setbacks and fierce counterattacks reminded everyone that the war was still brutal and uncertain. Yet, with every mile gained, the Allies grew closer to their ultimate goal, the defeat of Nazi Germany. As the autumn of 1944 turned to winter, the front lines moved closer to the German border. The battlefield stretched from the northern forests to the western plains, where massive armies clashed in what would become some of the war's most intense fighting. The liberation of France marked a turning point. It showed that even the most powerful dictatorship could be challenged and defeated by unity, courage, and determination. It was a testament to the strength of the Allied coalition and the will of the millions who refused to live in fear. The road to Berlin was long and hard, paved with sacrifice and resilience, but with France free, the Allies had broken through Hitler's western defenses and had set their sights on ending the war once and for all. The echoes of the gunfire in the French countryside were now accompanied by the cheers of liberation, the songs of freedom, and the steady march of the armies moving toward victory. The liberation of France was a moment of hope reborn, a promise that peace was within reach. As the Allies continued eastward, the world watched closely. The end of the Nazi occupation in France was a sign that the darkest days of the war were beginning to fade, replaced by the dawn of a new era. The journey to Berlin had begun, and with it the final chapters of World War II were being written. The snow fell hard over the Ardennes forest. It was December 1944, and the world believed that the war in Europe was almost over. The Allied forces had pushed the Germans back after D-Day and had liberated France. The Nazi war machine was retreating, losing ground and losing hope. But Adolf Hitler had one last card to play, one desperate, brutal gamble. Hitler planned a massive surprise attack through the Ardennes, a densely wooded region stretching across Belgium and Luxembourg. He believed the Allies wouldn't expect it. The terrain was difficult, the weather was harsh, and it was Christmas time. Most of the American units stationed there were either resting, new, or lightly equipped. Hitler's goal was to split the Allied forces, capture the Belgian port of Antwerp, and force a negotiated peace. If he could succeed, he might change the course of the war. Early on December 16, 1944, the attack began. Over 200,000 German troops and nearly 1,000 tanks smashed into the thin American lines. Artillery fire cracked through the silence of the forest, and a thick fog covered the skies, grounding the Allied planes. German panzers rolled forward under the cover of surprise and bad weather. The offensive caught the Allies completely off guard. German troops were disguised in American uniforms. Road signs were changed, and confusion spread. Bridges were blown up, and towns were taken quickly. Small American units fought fiercely, but were overrun. The lines bent, and the Germans drove deep into the Allied territory, creating a massive bulge in the front, hence the name, the Battle of the Bulge. In the middle of this chaos were the American soldiers, many of them young and inexperienced, forced to face one of the largest German offensives of the entire war. Towns like Bastogne became symbols of resistance. In Bastogne, a small group of American troops from the 101st Airborne Division held on. Despite being completely surrounded, they were low on supplies, freezing in the snow, and cut off from reinforcements. Yet, they didn't surrender. When a German delegation approached the American commander in Bastogne and demanded their surrender, the reply came in one word: nuts. It was short, defiant, and exactly what the world needed to hear. That single word would become legendary. As the days passed, the American units regrouped. Reinforcements arrived, the fog lifted, and the skies opened up. The Allied air power roared back to life. Planes dropped supplies to the trapped defenders, and bombers pounded the German positions. General George S. Patton's Third Army made a daring push north to relieve Bastogne. The tide turned. The fighting was brutal. The winter was bitterly cold. Soldiers battled frostbite and hunger, alongside the bullets and the shells. The forests were shattered by the tank shells, and the towns were reduced to rubble. But the Americans held firm. They stopped the German advance. By early January 1945, the Bulge was pushed back. The Germans had lost over 100,000 men, dead, wounded, or captured. They also lost tanks and aircraft that they could never replace. The failed offensive drained the last of Nazi Germany's reserves. It was their final major attack on the Western Front. After that, they were in full retreat. The Battle of the Bulge was the largest and bloodiest single battle fought by the United States in World War II. Over 600,000 American troops were involved. More than 80,000 were killed, wounded, or went missing. But the resilience of the soldiers, their refusal to break, and their ability to adapt under fire turned the tide. The battle taught the world many things. It showed that even in the closing months of a war, danger could strike, that even when things seem quiet, the enemy may be planning, and most of all, it showed the power of courage. Ordinary soldiers in extraordinary conditions, doing the impossible. After the Bulge, the road to Berlin opened up. The Allies advanced quickly. The German army, broken and retreating, had no more strength to resist. But before the final victory, before the fall of the Third Reich, the frozen fields of Belgium bore witness to one last brutal gasp of a dying empire. The Battle of the Bulge was not just a battle of tanks and guns. It was a battle of endurance, of determination, of grit. It was the last punch thrown by a regime that had caused unimaginable suffering. And the Allied response was clear. They would not be stopped. They would not surrender. The war was not over yet, but the end was coming. And the soldiers who froze in those forests, who bled in the snow, had helped bring that end a little closer. The snow had melted. The forests were still scarred by battle. Smoke curled from the broken houses, and the fields of Europe had once again become battlegrounds. But now it was clear. The war in Europe was nearing its end. Germany was crumbling. From the west, the American, British, and French troops were pushing through what was left of the Nazi-occupied territory. But from the east, from the cold heart of the Soviet Union, came a storm that would not stop. The Red Army was closing in. City by city, village by village, they pressed toward the heart of Hitler's empire, toward Berlin. This was not just another battle. This was the end game, and everyone knew it. By early 1945, the Soviet Union had reclaimed its lands. The scars of Leningrad, Stalingrad, and Kursk fueled the fire in their hearts. Their push westward was relentless. Poland had fallen into Soviet hands. Then came the River Oder. And beyond it, only 50 miles away, was Berlin. Inside Germany, fear was turning to panic. Hitler refused to accept defeat. He barked orders from deep inside a bunker in Berlin, isolated from reality, surrounded by only the most loyal. But even he could see the writing on the wall. The Allies were at the gates, and the people of Germany knew it. Civilians dug trenches, children were handed weapons, and old men were sent to fight. The once mighty Wehrmacht was a shadow of its former self, exhausted, undersupplied, and broken. Yet Hitler demanded resistance. He dreamed of a final stand that would save his crumbling dream, but it was just that, a dream. The Battle of Berlin began in mid-April 1945. The Soviets launched a massive artillery barrage, with thousands of guns opening fire at once. The ground shook, and the sky turned red. It was unlike anything the city had ever seen. Then came the tanks. Columns of Soviet armor rolled toward the capital. The Germans resisted fiercely, block by block, house by house, street by street. But it was hopeless. The Soviet soldiers, hardened by years of brutal war, advanced with one goal: to end it, end Hitler. End the war. Inside the city, chaos reigned. Civilians fled underground, food was gone, water ran out, and fires raged unchecked. The smell of smoke, gunpowder, and fear filled the air. Bombs fell constantly, reducing the buildings to rubble. Berlin was dying, and in that crumbling city, deep beneath the earth, Adolf Hitler made his final decisions. He had lost all connection with reality. He ordered non-existent armies to defend Berlin. He still believed, somehow, that Germany could be saved. But as the Soviet troops approached the Reich Chancery, even he began to accept the inevitable. On April 30th, 1945, Hitler took his own life. The man who had started the war with fire and fury now ended it in a dark, underground bunker, alone, betrayed, and defeated. His dream of a 1,000-year Reich had lasted just 12. A few days later, Berlin surrendered. On May 7th, Germany signed an unconditional surrender in Reims, France. The following day, May 8th, 1945, the surrender was ratified in Berlin. The war in Europe was over. The world celebrated. In London, crowds gathered in the streets. People danced, cried, and hugged strangers. In Paris, the church bells rang, and champagne flowed. In New York, Times Square erupted in joy. Soldiers kissed nurses and flags waved. The nightmare was ending. But in Berlin, there was only silence. The city was in ruins. More than 300,000 people had died in the final battle. Rubble lined the streets, and the buildings were hollow shells. The once proud capital of the Third Reich was now a ghost. And for those who survived, there was no celebration, only grief. The fall of Berlin wasn't just a military victory, it was a symbol, the symbol of evil defeated, of tyranny falling to pieces. But it was also a warning. This is what happens when power goes unchecked, when hatred is allowed to grow, when fear controls nations. The cost had been unimaginable. Tens of millions were dead, cities were destroyed, and families were broken forever. The war had changed the world, and no one would ever be the same again. And yet, in the silence after the battle, a new chapter was already beginning. The ashes of Berlin would give birth to something else, a new world order, one split in two, east and west, two powers rising from the rubble, ready to shape the next era. But before that future could unfold, the war in the Pacific still raged on. Japan had not surrendered, and even as Europe breathed a fragile sigh of relief, halfway across the world, another storm was building. The fire had not gone out yet. When Berlin fell and Hitler was gone, there was relief, but also a deep growing shock that had nothing to do with the battles or the broken cities. As the Allied troops moved deeper into the heart of Nazi Germany, they began to uncover something far worse than they had imagined. This wasn't just about armies and bombs. It was about people, millions of people, vanished, murdered, systematically erased. And now the world was starting to see how, at first the Allied soldiers didn't know what they were looking at. They found barbed wire fences, guard towers, and empty buildings that smelled of sickness and death. And then the bodies, the survivors, the camps. In April 1945, the American forces liberated a camp called Buchenwald. They were not prepared for what they saw: skeleton thin men too weak to stand, prisoners with sunken eyes who stared without blinking, and piles of corpses stacked like firewood. The smell of rot, of suffering, hung in the air. Many of the soldiers cried, some vomited, and others couldn't speak. These weren't prisoners of war. They were the victims of something far more horrifying. Soon after, the British forces reached Bergen-Belsen. It was the same, or worse: no food, no medicine, and disease everywhere. Thousands of bodies were lying out in the open. The survivors barely looked alive. People like Anne Frank had died there just weeks before the liberation. The soldiers who entered the camp were hardened by years of war. But this was different. This was something they would never forget. And then there was Dachau Orodor, and Mauthausen. Camp after camp, each revealing more of the same story: starvation, torture, and mass executions. And behind every building, every room, there were records, documents, and photographs. The Nazi officers had tried to destroy much of it as they retreated, but there was too many traces left behind. And then came Auschwitz. The Soviet Red Army had reached Auschwitz in January 1945, months before Berlin fell. The weather was bitter cold, but what they found chilled them even deeper. Auschwitz wasn't just a camp. It was a machine, a factory of death: gas chambers, crematoria, barracks, and rail tracks running straight to the front gate. More than 1 million people had died there, most of them Jews, and the evidence was everywhere. Suitcases with names still written on them, piles of children's shoes, and mountains of human hair. The truth was undeniable. This had been a genocide, an industrialized murder, not just of Jews but also of Roma people, disabled people, political prisoners, and others. But the Jewish people had been at the center of it all. 6 million Jews were murdered, not in the heat of battle, not in chaos, but through careful planning, cold logic, and bureaucracy. The Nazis had called it the final solution. Now the world was seeing what that meant. The Allies forced German civilians to walk through the camps. Some had claimed they didn't know, some really didn't, but others had seen the smoke, heard the trains, and watched their neighbors disappear. Now there was no denying it. The truth was right in front of them. News crews and photographers were brought in. The footage was shown in cinemas across the world. The goal wasn't just to inform. It was to make sure people understood the scale of it. What had happened wasn't just a crime. It was a crime against humanity. In the months that followed, as the survivors slowly recovered, their stories began to emerge. Stories of how people had been rounded up, herded into ghettos, and then packed into trains. How families were torn apart at the arrival ramps. How people were told they were going to take showers and were then gassed. How entire communities had vanished. In the space of a few months, survivors spoke about the forced labor, the beatings, the medical experiments, and the starvation. Many had lost everyone: their parents, their siblings, their children. Their faces were hollow, but they spoke because they wanted the world to remember, to never forget. And yet, the horror was so vast that some people didn't believe it at first. It didn't seem possible. But the Nazis had kept records, meticulous, bureaucratic records, lists, charts, and numbers. And the Allies had the camps, the witnesses. The evidence was overwhelming. As the war ended, a new kind of justice began. The Nuremberg trials were launched. High-ranking Nazi leaders were put on trial for war crimes and crimes against humanity. For the first time in history, the world came together in a courtroom to hold leaders accountable for genocide. They presented films, eyewitness accounts, and documents from inside the Nazi system. One after another, the truth was laid bare. Some of the accused denied it, some said they were just following orders, but others admitted what had happened. The court heard everything, from the designers of the gas chambers to the officers who loaded people into the cattle cars. 12 men were sentenced to death. Others received long prison sentences, but no punishment could match the crimes. There was no way to make it right. Justice in a case like this was imperfect, but it was still important. For the survivors, life after liberation wasn't simple. Most had nowhere to go. Their homes were gone, their families were gone, and their countries were destroyed, or had turned against them. Many ended up in displaced persons camps, waiting for a chance to start again. Some would go to America, some to Israel, some stayed in Europe, trying to rebuild, but they all carried the scars of what they had seen and lived through. The discovery of the Holocaust changed how the world thought about war, about humanity, and about law. New definitions were created: genocide, crimes against humanity. New promises were made: never again. But even then, it was hard to process. How had it happened? How had a modern, educated society descended into this kind of cruelty? It hadn't happened all at once. It had started with words, with laws, with discrimination, with exclusion, with propaganda. Over time, those small steps had built into something monstrous. That's the part the world had to understand. The Holocaust wasn't just about the gas chambers and the camps. It was about how people let it happen, how their neighbors turned away, how fear and hatred were used to divide and control, how silence had become complicity. Remembering the Holocaust meant remembering all of it: the choices, the warnings, the silence. And honoring the victims meant telling their stories, preserving the names, the memories, the humanity that the Nazis had tried to erase. As 1945 came to a close, the war in Europe had ended, but the echoes of what had been discovered would last forever. The survivors carried it in their bones. The soldiers who found the camps never forgot, and the world was left to wrestle with the question: how did we let this happen? Even as the parades were held and the flags were waved, a deep sadness remained beneath the surface. Victory had come, but at a terrible cost. The world had won the war against the Nazis, but it had also learned what human beings were capable of, both in cruelty and in resilience. And now, even as Europe mourned and rebuilt, eyes turned east once more. Japan was still fighting. The war in the Pacific raged on, and the world, exhausted and wounded, knew that more death was still to come. But after the camps were uncovered, after the final solution was laid bare, everything felt different. The war was no longer just about armies. It was about memory, about what kind of future the world would choose next. The war in Europe was over, but across the vast Pacific Ocean, the battle with Japan still raged on. Cities had been bombed, and islands had been taken at a terrible cost. The American troops had fought tooth and nail, from Guadalcanal to Iwo Jima, but Japan had not surrendered. Even after losing island after island, even after the relentless bombing raids, the Japanese government refused to give up. They believed that surrender was shameful. They were preparing their people for a final fight, one that would take place on their home islands. But something had changed. Something massive was now ready, and it had the power to end the war in a way no one had ever seen before. In the quiet deserts of New Mexico, a team of scientists had built a weapon unlike any other. It was part of a secret project called the Manhattan Project, and it had been in motion for years. The brightest minds from around the world, many of them refugees from Europe, had come together to build a single bomb, powered by the energy locked inside atoms. When they tested it for the first time on July 16, 1945, the sky lit up like fire, the earth shook, and a mushroom cloud rose into the heavens. The world had just entered the nuclear age. President Truman, who had taken office after Roosevelt's death, now faced a terrible decision: use the bomb or send troops into Japan for a land invasion. Military experts had warned him that invading Japan could cost hundreds of thousands of American lives, and maybe even millions of Japanese lives. The Japanese army still had millions of soldiers ready to fight. Cities were being fortified, and children were being trained to defend their towns with bamboo spears. Surrender seemed impossible. So the decision was made: the atomic bomb would be used. The goal was to force Japan to surrender without the need for a full-scale invasion. On August 6, 1945, a single American bomber plane, called the Enola Gay, took off from an island base. Inside was a bomb named Little Boy. Its target was the Japanese city of Hiroshima, a city filled with factories, soldiers, and civilians. It was a bright morning, people were going to work, and children were walking to school. No one had any idea what was coming. At 8:15 a.m., the bomb was dropped. It exploded 1,900 feet above the city. In an instant, everything changed. A blinding flash lit up the sky, and a wave of heat spread out in every direction, hotter than the surface of the sun. Then came the shock wave, tearing through buildings, ripping trees from the ground, and hurling people through the air. Within seconds, tens of thousands were dead. Fires broke out across the city, and smoke filled the air. The heart of Hiroshima was gone. But it wasn't just the explosion. It was the radiation, invisible, deadly and lasting. People who survived the initial blast grew sick. Burns that didn't heal, hair falling out, bodies wasting away. The doctors didn't understand what was happening. It was something no one had ever seen before. 3 days later, on August 9th, a second bomb was dropped. This one was called Fat Man. It was meant for a different city, but due to cloud cover, the plane turned toward Nagasaki. At 11:02 a.m., the bomb exploded. The result was the same: destruction, death, and suffering on a scale never seen before. In just 2 bombings, more than 100,000 people were killed. Many were civilians. Entire neighborhoods disappeared. Schools, temples, and hospitals, all gone. The survivors, known later as Hibakusha, carried the physical and emotional scars for the rest of their lives. The Japanese government was shocked. Many of the top leaders still hesitated, but then the Soviets declared war on Japan and began attacking from the north. Japan was caught between 2 superpowers. There was nowhere left to turn. On August 15th, Emperor Hirohito spoke on the radio, the first time his people had ever heard his voice. He announced Japan's surrender. The war was finally over. For the first time in history, atomic weapons had been used in a war, and they had ended it. Across the world, people cheered. The fighting was done, soldiers could go home, and families could be reunited. Cities could begin to rebuild, but under the celebrations there was a deep unease. Something new had been unleashed, something terrifying. Mankind now had the power to destroy entire cities with a single bomb. In the months after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, people tried to understand what had happened. Some believed the bombs were necessary, that they had saved lives by avoiding a long, bloody invasion. Others believed it was too much, that Japan had been on the verge of surrender anyway, that the civilians had paid the highest price. The survivors told their stories of cities that glowed in the dark, of burns so deep the skin peeled off in sheets, of loved ones who had turned to ash in seconds, of strange illnesses that struck days, months, even years later. Their voices would help shape the world's understanding of what nuclear war really meant. And yet, even after seeing the damage, the race for nuclear weapons didn't stop. It sped up. Other countries wanted bombs of their own. The United States had dropped the first 2, but soon the Soviet Union tested its own. The nuclear age had begun, and it would shape the world for generations. But back in 1945, that wasn't yet clear. What mattered in that moment was that the war, the deadliest war in human history, was over. After 6 years, after over 60 million lives were lost, the guns were finally silent. But the silence carried with it a deep sadness. The cities of Europe lay in ruins, Asia was shattered, and the Holocaust had shown the darkest side of humanity. And now the nuclear fire had ended the last chapter of World War II. The people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki rebuilt their cities, brick by brick, with determination and dignity. Many became activists, speaking out for peace and calling for an end to nuclear weapons. Their message was simple: never again. In the years that followed, Hiroshima became a symbol of both destruction and hope, a reminder of what war can do, and why peace must be protected. And the world slowly began to learn from its wounds. The war was over, but history was just beginning to understand what it meant. The triumphs, the horrors, the choices, the courage and the cruelty, all of it would shape the decades to come. And as the nuclear age dawned, the world would have to choose again and again whether to follow the path of peace or risk lighting that fire from the sky once more. When the bombs fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki and Japan surrendered, the Second World War officially came to an end. But the road to that moment was paved with events that stretched back months earlier, across both Europe and the Pacific. Victory had come in stages, first in Europe, then in Japan, two very different endings, but both were marked by deep emotions, celebration, sorrow, and silence. It began in Europe. By early 1945, Germany was collapsing. Hitler's armies were being squeezed from both sides. The Allies from the west, the Soviets from the east. City after city fell. Bridges, roads, and factories were destroyed. The German military could no longer hold the line. Hitler, still hiding in his underground bunker in Berlin, raged against reality. But the truth was clear. The war in Europe was lost. On April 30th, 1945, Adolf Hitler took his own life inside his bunker. As the Soviet troops closed in on Berlin, he ended the war for himself. Within days, other Nazi leaders began to fall. Some surrendered, others tried to flee, and some committed suicide. There was no longer a future for the Third Reich. On May 7th, Germany officially surrendered. The documents were signed in Reims, France. The next day, a second signing was held in Berlin to satisfy the Soviet Union. On May 8th, 1945, the war in Europe was declared over. That day would become known as VE Day, Victory in Europe Day. The news spread fast. In London, people poured into the streets. They danced, they hugged strangers, and flags waved from every window. King George VI and Prime Minister Winston Churchill appeared on the balcony of Buckingham Palace to the cheering crowds. For a country that had endured 6 years of bombing, blackouts and rationing, it was a moment of pure joy. In Paris, the bells of Notre Dame rang. In Moscow, fireworks lit up the night sky. In the United States, people honked their horns, hugged, and filled the public squares. President Truman dedicated the victory to Franklin Roosevelt, who had died just weeks earlier. There were parades and speeches. But beneath the joy, there was also something else: exhaustion and grief. Because even in celebration, the cost of victory was impossible to ignore. Millions had died, cities were in ruins, and families had been torn apart. The soldiers returning home had seen things they could never unsee. And though the war in Europe was over, the war in the Pacific was not. Japan was still fighting, still refusing to surrender. Even after Germany fell, even after months of bombing raids that had destroyed entire cities, the Japanese government held firm. They believed that surrender was dishonorable. They were prepared to keep going, no matter the cost. The fighting in the Pacific was brutal. From island to island, the American forces had battled a fierce Japanese resistance. On Iwo Jima and Okinawa, the losses were staggering. Kamikaze pilots crashed their planes into ships, and civilians were caught in the crossfire. Every battle felt like it might never end, and the closer the Allies got to Japan, the more violent it became. Then came the atomic bombs. Hiroshima on August 6th, Nagasaki on August 9th. Within days, Japan's leaders knew they could not continue. On August 15th, Emperor Hirohito spoke to the Japanese people. His voice, calm and somber, came through the crackling radios. For the first time in history, the people heard their emperor speak, and he told them it was over. He did not use the word surrender, but the message was clear: Japan would accept the Allies' terms. The war was finished. Across the globe, people exhaled. After 6 long, painful years, it was finally over. In the United States, August 15th became VJ Day, Victory over Japan Day. In New York City's Times Square, people cheered, kissed, and cried. The famous photograph of a sailor kissing a nurse would become one of the most iconic images of the war's end. In San Francisco and Chicago, the celebrations were wild. In London, people gathered again in the streets, though more quietly this time. They had already cheered once. Now they were just relieved. But even on VJ Day, the emotions were mixed. There was joy, yes, but also silence. People remembered those who didn't come home. They looked at photographs of their brothers, their husbands, their daughters, and their friends who had died on the beaches and the battlefields. There were empty chairs at the dinner tables and graves in foreign lands. The survivors came home with their wounds, some visible, some not. In Japan, the surrender brought a different kind of pain. The cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were unrecognizable. The survivors, burned, scarred, and broken, walked among the rubble. Food was scarce, buildings were gone, and families were lost. For many, it felt like the end of the world. The official surrender came weeks later, on September 2nd, 1945, aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay. Representatives of Japan signed the formal surrender documents. The American General Douglas MacArthur presided over the ceremony. Ships filled the harbor, and planes flew overhead. The war that had started in 1939, and for the United States in 1941, was finally over. With the signatures on that deck, World War II came to an official close, and the world breathed again. The months that followed were a strange mix of rebuilding and remembering. Soldiers returned home. Some tried to go back to their normal lives, others found it impossible. The war had changed them. Many carried the trauma. Some never talked about what they had seen. Some couldn't stop talking about it. Families were reunited, but the scars ran deep. Cities began to rebuild. Bombed-out neighborhoods were cleared, and schools reopened. But the shadows of the war didn't go away. In Europe, millions were homeless. In Asia, poverty was everywhere, and disease spread. Governments struggled to get back on their feet. The world was tired, and it was wounded. There was also a deep reckoning. The full scale of the Holocaust came to light. Images and stories from the concentration camps shocked the world. Trials were held for war crimes. The Nuremberg trials in particular tried top Nazi officials for their actions. For the first time, crimes against humanity became a global concept. New alliances were formed, and old ones were broken. The United Nations was created to prevent another global war. But already tension was growing between the United States and the Soviet Union. Two former allies were now becoming rivals. A new kind of war, a cold one, was beginning. But in that moment, in 1945, people everywhere tried to hold on to peace. They planted gardens where bombs had fallen, they held each other close, and they hoped maybe that the worst was behind them. Victory in Europe, victory in Japan, 2 days the world would never forget. One marked by the fall of Hitler, the other by the blinding fire of the atomic bomb. Both carried the weight of 6 years of global conflict, of lives lost and lives saved, of cruelty and courage, of endings and beginnings. It was not a clean victory, it was not an easy peace, but it was a turning point in human history, and it would shape everything that came next. The war was over, the world had changed, and now it would have to decide what kind of future to build from the ashes. The war had ended, the guns were silent, the cities were in rubble, and the bodies were either buried or still being found. But the world could not move on. Not yet. There were still voices crying out, millions of them, silenced in the gas chambers, the death camps, the mass graves. And now the world faced a question it had never asked on this scale. What happens after the horror? What does justice look like when the crime is genocide? The Nuremberg trials began as something never seen before in human history, a tribunal held not in vengeance, but in the pursuit of law, not for simple punishment, but for precedent. For the first time, the leaders of a nation would stand trial for crimes against humanity, crimes of aggression and war crimes. The courtroom was not only about the fate of the accused, it was about drawing a line in history, a declaration that what had happened would not be forgotten, and that it must never be repeated. In the destroyed city of Nuremberg, chosen in part for its symbolic weight, it had once hosted massive Nazi rallies. The courtroom was rebuilt from the ashes. Judges from the four Allied powers, the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union, and France, took their seats. The world was watching, and the defendants, some of the most powerful figures in the Nazi regime, walked into the dock. There was Hermann Göring, once second only to Hitler, Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy, Wilhelm Keitel, the head of the German armed forces, Hans Frank, the butcher of Poland, and others, 24 men in total. Men who had signed the papers that condemned millions, who had overseen mass murder with bureaucracy and brutal precision. And now they faced something they had denied to so many others: a fair trial. The evidence was overwhelming. Film reels, documents, photographs, and testimonies. The liberation of the concentration camps had revealed everything the Nazis had tried to hide. Eyewitnesses spoke of children being torn from their parents, of medical experiments, of starvation, of forced labor, of extermination. The judges saw the ledgers, the orders, the signatures. Death had been organized, scheduled, and budgeted. The machinery of the Holocaust had been fueled by memos, train timetables, and quotas. But the trials were not simple. The concept of crimes against humanity was new. There was debate, even among the prosecutors, about how to define justice. Could you hold individuals accountable for actions carried out by a state? Was just following orders a valid defense? And what about the victors? Had they committed no crimes of their own? The legal and moral weight of Nuremberg was staggering. Göring, charismatic and unrepentant, tried to dominate the courtroom. He smiled, he argued. He mocked the process, but he could not explain away the mountains of evidence. Others broke down. Some claimed ignorance, others expressed remorse, and some said nothing at all. The most chilling part of the trial wasn't the rage of the accused, it was their normality. These weren't monsters from another world. They were administrators, officers, and professionals. They looked like men who might run a company or a school. That was the horror. They had turned murder into a job. The prosecution laid out 4 charges: conspiracy to commit crimes against peace, planning and waging wars of aggression, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The 4th charge was the most groundbreaking. It addressed genocide, the deliberate extermination of whole peoples. The Holocaust was at the center of it all. The death camps, the Einsatzgruppen, the ghettos, the trains, all were laid bare. The world listened. It was the first time that many people had heard the full scope of the genocide. Survivors testified. Some of the most powerful testimony came not from the generals or the spies, but from the people who had lived through the camps. Their stories of the gas chambers disguised as showers, of the skeletal corpses piled up like trash, of the families vanishing overnight, left the courtroom in silence. When the verdicts came, they were just as historic as the trials of the 24 main defendants. 12 were sentenced to death by hanging, including Göring, though he would take his own life with a smuggled cyanide pill just hours before his execution. Others were given long prison sentences, and a few were acquitted. Not everyone agreed with the outcomes. Some felt the sentences were too light. Others feared the precedent of punishing leaders after a war could lead to political abuse in the future. But most saw Nuremberg as necessary. Because Nuremberg wasn't only about retribution, it was about remembering, it was about putting into law the idea that some actions are beyond acceptable, that humanity must draw a red line, even in war, that murder on a scale so vast it defies comprehension cannot be left unanswered. And it wasn't just one trial. Nuremberg became a series. Doctors, judges, and industrialists were all tried in later proceedings. The people who had profited from the forced labor, who had experimented on the prisoners, who had twisted the law to serve their tyranny, they were all called to account. The trials also gave us new words and ideas. Genocide, coined during this time by the jurist Raphael Lemkin, crimes against humanity, command responsibility. These would go on to shape international law for decades. The International Criminal Court, formed long after Nuremberg, still uses its language. But justice did not reach everyone. Many Nazis escaped, aided by the chaos, false papers, or sympathetic networks. Some found refuge in South America. Some, disturbingly, were even recruited by the Allies during the Cold War for their scientific or military expertise. Justice, in the end, was not perfect. Yet the symbolism of Nuremberg remained powerful. The image of a courtroom rising from the rubble of a ruined Europe, of the Nazi leaders being forced to listen to the horrors they had unleashed, of a legal system trying to put the pieces of morality back together. And perhaps most importantly, Nuremberg was a moment when the world decided to look at itself in the mirror. It asked the hard questions. How did this happen? How do we prevent it from happening again? What is the role of law when the law is corrupted? It didn't solve everything, but it started a conversation that the world is still having in classrooms, in courtrooms, and in museums. Nuremberg lives on. It reminds us that silence is complicity, that bureaucracy can be as deadly as bombs, that the greatest crimes can be committed not by fanatics, but by ordinary people in suits, obeying orders and doing their jobs. As the trials concluded, one line echoed through the closing statements. Never again. It became a promise, a hope, a warning that the world would not forget, that if evil rose again, it would not go unanswered. And from the ashes of the Holocaust, from the wreckage of total war, came a fragile but fierce belief that even after the worst of human behavior, justice is not impossible. And that memory itself is a form of justice. Now, with the gavel fallen and the courtroom quiet, the voices of the victims still echo, not forgotten, not erased, but witnessed and written into history. The war had left the world in ruins. Cities were reduced to rubble, economies were shattered, and families were torn apart. More than 70 million people were dead. The nations were exhausted. The horrors of the Holocaust, the devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the scorched earth of Europe, and the fractured lives of millions cried out for something better, something that would prevent such a catastrophe from ever happening again. Out of this chaos, the leaders began to talk, not about revenge or more war, but about peace. This time they knew it couldn't just be about winning the battles. It had to be about winning the peace. And so began the creation of the United Nations, a new hope built from the ashes of the old world. The idea wasn't entirely new. After the First World War, there had been the League of Nations. It was supposed to stop another global conflict, but it had failed. It lacked real power, unity, and support. When Hitler ignored its rules, when Japan and Italy acted aggressively, the League could do nothing. So when World War II erupted, The League quietly collapsed. The lesson was clear: good intentions weren't enough. The world needed something stronger. The world needed something stronger. Even before the war had ended, the seeds of the United Nations were already being planted. In 1941, as the war raged, President Franklin D. Roosevelt of the United States and Prime Minister Winston Churchill of Britain met on a ship in the Atlantic. They talked about what the world might look like after the war. They drafted a document called the Atlantic Charter, a vision of a peaceful future where nations cooperated, not conquered. It talked about freedom, justice, and the right of the people to choose their own governments. It was a dream in the middle of a nightmare, but it was a start. Then came more meetings. In 1942, 26 nations signed something called the Declaration by United Nations, agreeing to work together against the Axis powers and laying the groundwork for a future peace organization. The name United Nations came from Roosevelt himself. He wanted to emphasize unity and a common purpose, even as the war continued to rage. In 1944, with the end of the war in sight, the key Allied nations met again. This time at Dumbarton Oaks in Washington, D.C. Representatives from the US, Britain, the Soviet Union, and China sat down and tried to figure out how this new organization would actually work. They argued over how decisions would be made, how peace would be kept, and who would have the power to act. It wasn't easy. Each country had its own fears, its own interests. One of the biggest questions was about power. Who would be responsible for enforcing the peace? How would they stop a country from breaking the rules? The answer was something called the Security Council, a group of major powers who would have the authority to act quickly in a crisis. The 5 permanent members would be the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, China, and France. Each would have a veto power, meaning if just one of them said no, a proposal could be blocked. It was controversial, but the idea was simple. These were the biggest players, and without their support, peacekeeping wouldn't be possible. In April 1945, representatives from 50 nations gathered in San Francisco for the United Nations Conference on International Organization. The war in Europe was ending, but Japan was still fighting. The world was still raw with grief. Yet in that city by the Pacific Ocean, something remarkable happened. Countries that had been enemies just months before came together to build something new. They debated every word of the United Nations Charter. They talked about human rights, development, disarmament, refugees, disease, poverty, education, and war. The energy was electric. Everyone knew they were a part of something historic. And when the final charter was signed on June 26, 1945, the room erupted in applause. The United Nations was born. The charter was bold. It declared that all nations, big or small, had equal rights. It promised to promote peace, human rights, and better standards of life for all. It created organs like the General Assembly, where every member nation would have a voice. The Security Council, responsible for maintaining peace. The International Court of Justice, to settle disputes. And the Economic and Social Council, to improve global living conditions. But this wasn't just about ideals. The UN was built to act. It could send peacekeepers to conflict zones. It could provide humanitarian aid during famines and disasters. It could impose sanctions, mediate disputes, and investigate war crimes. And most importantly, it was a place where nations could talk rather than fight. The first Secretary General was Trygve Ferlai of Norway. His job was to be a diplomat, a coordinator, a symbol of the organization's mission. It wasn't easy. The Cold War was beginning, and tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union were already surfacing. but the UN kept going. In its early years, the UN faced enormous challenges. It helped resettle millions of refugees from the war. It created agencies like UNICEF to protect children and the World Health Organization to fight disease. It began work on what would become one of its proudest achievements, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Adopted in 1948, for the first time in history, the world had agreed on a common set of rights that belonged to every human being, regardless of their nationality, race, or religion. The UN wasn't perfect. The veto power of the 5 permanent members often blocked action. Political rivalries sometimes paralyzed its decision-making, and in some cases, the UN failed to prevent conflict or genocide. But even with its flaws, the United Nations became a symbol of hope, a place where countries could come together not to wage war, but to build peace. Over the years, the UN expanded. More countries joined as they gained their independence. The organization took on more missions, peacekeeping in civil wars, supporting education in developing countries, protecting the environment, and combating HIV/AIDS. It became a hub for diplomacy, science, and humanitarian work. The image of the UN peacekeepers in their blue helmets became known worldwide. They were deployed to places like the Congo, Cyprus, Lebanon, and later Rwanda and the Balkans. They didn't always succeed, but they often stood between the chaos and the order, buying time for diplomacy to work. Perhaps what makes the UN most remarkable is its simple principle that talking is better than fighting, that even bitter enemies can find common ground, that the world is more connected than ever, and that cooperation is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. As the decades passed, the world changed, and so did the UN. The Cold War ended, and new challenges emerged: climate change, cyber threats, and terrorism. But the mission remained to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. The words carved into the UN's headquarters in New York still echo its purpose: they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. The UN became a place where the voices of the small could be heard alongside the powerful, where young nations could find support, where disaster-struck communities could receive aid, and where agreements on nuclear weapons, trade, the environment, and human rights could be negotiated. Of course, there were setbacks, times when the organization was slow to act, or was divided by politics, times when its limitations were painfully clear. But even then, the world kept returning to it, not because it was perfect, but because it was necessary. In a world that had once torn itself apart, the UN stood as a reminder of what could be built instead. For the survivors of World War II, the United Nations was more than just a political body. It was a promise that the suffering they had endured had a meaning, that something would be learned, that their children and grandchildren might live in a world where disputes were settled with dialogue, not destruction. And that promise lives on. Every time the nations sit down in its chambers, every time aid arrives in a disaster zone, every time a treaty is signed, every time peace is kept, even for one more day, the birth of the United Nations was not just the end of a war, it was the beginning of something new, a fragile, flawed, but powerful idea that humanity could learn from its past, that the world could be more united than divided, that in the darkest of times, hope can still take root. The guns of World War II had barely gone silent when a new kind of conflict started to take shape. It wasn't fought with tanks rolling across borders or fleets storming beaches. This was a different kind of war, one without direct battles between the main players, but no less dangerous. It was a war of ideologies, of fear, and of influence. The Cold War had begun. During the Second World War, the United States and the Soviet Union had been allies, bound together by a common enemy, Nazi Germany. They had coordinated their strategies, shared their intelligence, and celebrated their victories together. But underneath that alliance, tension was already brewing. The two countries were completely different in how they saw the world. The United States was a capitalist democracy, where people voted for their leaders and owned private property. The Soviet Union, led by Joseph Stalin, was a communist state, where the government controlled the economy, the media, and daily life. As long as Hitler was a threat, those differences were put aside. But once Germany surrendered, those differences came roaring back. With the war over, the real question was, what would the world look like now? The first signs of division appeared in Europe. The continent had been devastated. Cities were in ruins, economies had collapsed, and millions were homeless. Everyone agreed that Europe needed to be rebuilt. But how that rebuilding would happen, and who would be in control, was where things got complicated. The United States wanted to help Europe recover through a system that supported free trade, democratic governments, and private enterprise. It believed that prosperity and democracy would prevent the rise of future dictators like Hitler. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, wanted to create a buffer of friendly communist countries around its borders. It had suffered enormous losses during the war, more than 20 million people, and Stalin was determined to never let the Soviet Union be invaded again. So, in the chaos after the war, both sides moved quickly to secure their influence. In the western part of Europe, countries like France, Italy, and West Germany began to rebuild with American help. In the east, countries like Poland, Hungary, Romania, and East Germany came under Soviet control. Stalin installed communist governments in these nations, often using secret police and force to suppress any opposition. These countries didn't get to choose their futures freely. Instead, they were pulled behind what would soon be called the Iron Curtain. That term, Iron Curtain, was made famous by Winston Churchill in a speech he gave in the United States in 1946. He said, "From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an Iron Curtain has descended across the continent." It was a powerful image. Europe was no longer united. It was divided into two worlds, East and West, communist and capitalist, Soviet and American. The division didn't stop in Europe. It quickly became global. The United States and the Soviet Union began to see each other not just as rivals, but as existential threats. Each side believed that the other wanted to dominate the world, and so began a race, not just to build weapons, but to win hearts and minds, to influence new nations, to control the future. One of the first major conflicts of the Cold War was the Berlin Crisis. After the war, Germany had been divided into 4 zones, each controlled by one of the Allies, the US, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union. Berlin, though deep inside the Soviet-controlled East Germany, was also split into 4 zones. But in 1948, the Western Allies decided to unite their parts of Berlin and West Germany into a single democratic state. Stalin didn't like that. In response, he cut off all road, rail, and canal access to West Berlin. The city was isolated, and more than 2 million people were trapped without food, fuel, or supplies. But instead of giving in, the Western Allies launched the Berlin Airlift. For nearly a year, American and British planes flew into West Berlin around the clock, delivering everything the city needed to survive. At its peak, a plane was landing every few minutes. Stalin eventually backed down, and the blockade was lifted in 1949. The airlift was a clear signal. The United States would stand firm against Soviet pressure. That same year, the Cold War deepened further. The Western Allies formed a military alliance called NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Its purpose was simple: An attack on one member would be considered an attack on all. It was a defensive shield meant to protect against Soviet aggression. In response, the Soviet Union later created its own alliance, the Warsaw Pact, with the countries of Eastern Europe. The lines were drawn. The Cold War was now in full swing. It wasn't just about military alliances, it was also about money and aid. In 1947, the US launched the Marshall Plan, a massive economic aid program to help rebuild Europe. Billions of dollars flowed into Western Europe to repair the infrastructure, boost the industry, and restore hope. The plan was incredibly successful. Western Europe recovered quickly, and the support for communism faded. Stalin saw the Marshall Plan as a threat, an economic influence that could pull countries away from the Soviet orbit. So he forced the Eastern Bloc nations to reject the aid and stay loyal to Moscow. Meanwhile, both sides were also racing to build the most powerful weapons imaginable. In 1945, only the United States had nuclear bombs. But by 1949, the Soviet Union had exploded its first atomic bomb. The arms race had begun. Soon each side was building bigger, more deadly weapons, hydrogen bombs, long-range missiles, and submarines armed with nukes. The world was entering a dangerous age, where a single mistake could lead to destruction on a massive scale. And so fear became a constant companion. In schools across the United States, children practiced duck and cover drills in case of a nuclear attack. In the Soviet Union, people were taught that the Americans were warmongers who wanted to destroy their way of life. Propaganda was everywhere: movies, posters, speeches, and news. But the Cold War wasn't just fought with bombs and tanks. It was also fought in secret. Intelligence agencies, like the CIA and the KGB, became powerful tools of espionage and sabotage. Spies infiltrated governments, stole documents, and carried out covert missions. Whole battles were fought in the shadows, with no bullets but plenty of danger. In the 1950s and 60s, the Cold War spread to other parts of the world. As former colonies in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East gained their independence, the US and the USSR rushed in to win them over. Sometimes it was through aid and trade. Other times it was through coups, revolutions, or proxy wars, conflicts where the two superpowers supported opposite sides, but didn't fight each other directly. Korea, Vietnam, and Afghanistan would all become tragic stages in this global chess game. Back in Europe, the division became more permanent. In 1961, East Germany, backed by the Soviets, built a massive wall through Berlin. The Berlin Wall became the ultimate symbol of the Cold War, a physical barrier that split families, friends, and a city in two. Guarded with guns, dogs, and watchtowers, it showed how deep the divide had become. Yet, even in the darkest moments of the Cold War, there were flashes of humanity. Agreements were made to limit nuclear weapons, and hotlines were set up between Washington and Moscow to avoid misunderstandings. Diplomats worked behind the scenes to prevent a crisis from spiraling out of control, and ordinary people on both sides dreamed of a world without fear. The Cold War would last for decades. There would be standoffs, breakthroughs, betrayals, and close calls. But it all started here, in the shattered world left behind by World War II, when former allies looked at each other and saw enemies. When peace came, not with unity, but with division. And yet, understanding how the Cold War began is vital because it shows that peace isn't just the absence of war, it's also about trust, compromise, and vision. When those things are missing, even allies can drift into conflict. The Cold War didn't explode in a single moment. It grew from suspicion, fear, and the failure to truly bridge their differences. The end of one war had birthed another, not with fire and fury, but with frost and silence. The world had changed, and the struggle between the two superpowers was only just beginning. When the last gun fell silent in 1945, the world looked around and saw a devastation beyond anything it had known before. The Second World War was not just a military conflict, it was a human catastrophe. The numbers alone tell a story of an unimaginable scale. Over 70 million people were dead. Millions more were injured, orphaned, homeless or missing. Entire cities were reduced to rubble, and the scars left behind, physical, emotional and societal, would remain for generations. The cost of the war was everywhere. In Europe, once beautiful cities like Warsaw, Dresden, Rotterdam and Berlin were now piles of broken stone and shattered glass. The streets that had once bustled with life were silent and empty. Schools, hospitals and homes were all gone. The factories that had powered the industry were now twisted steel skeletons. Even in the countryside, farms had been bombed, fields had been burned, and the forests were littered with unexploded shells. In Asia, the destruction was just as severe. Cities like Manila and Tokyo were left in ruins. In China, entire villages had been wiped out during the Japanese invasion. And in the final days of the war, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were turned to ash in an instant. The atomic bombs dropped by the United States didn't just destroy the buildings, they erased entire communities and caused long-term radiation sickness that would claim lives for years to come. But the physical damage, as horrifying as it was only part of the cost. There was the human toll, the lives lost in every country that took part. In the Soviet Union alone, over 20 million people had died, families were shattered, and generations of young men never returned. The grief was shared across the nations. In Poland, about 1 in 5 people had died. In Germany, millions were killed in the war and its aftermath. In China, the death toll reached into the tens of millions. In Japan, the bombing campaigns, both conventional and atomic, left hundreds of thousands dead. And even countries far from the front lines, like the United States and the United Kingdom, lost hundreds of thousands of their soldiers and civilians. And then there were the survivors. Many were physically wounded, with missing limbs, blinded or scarred. The hospitals were overwhelmed with people who would never fully heal. But just as damaging were the invisible wounds, the mental trauma. What we now call PTSD was common. Soldiers returned home, unable to sleep, plagued by flashbacks and guilt. Civilians who had lived through the bombings or had seen their families killed carried a pain that couldn't be seen but never went away. In the aftermath, there were millions of people with nowhere to go. Refugees wandered from place to place, trying to find their homes, their families, or even countries that no longer existed. Displaced persons camps were set up across Europe. People waited in long lines for food, medicine, and hope. The borders had shifted, the governments had fallen, and the maps were redrawn. The entire structure of the world had changed, and people had to find their place in it again. One of the most tragic costs of the war was the destruction of culture. Libraries, museums, and churches were bombed. Art, music, and history were lost forever. In many places, centuries of heritage were erased in a matter of days. In some cases, this was done deliberately. The Nazis had looted art from across Europe, burning books and trying to erase entire identities. Temples in Asia were destroyed in the battles. Cities that had once held great cultural treasures now had only ashes and broken stones. And then there was the Holocaust. The industrialized genocide carried out by Nazi Germany had left over 6 million Jews dead, along with millions of others. Roma, the disabled, political prisoners, and more. The death camps, like Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Sobibor, were not just places of murder, There were places where humanity itself was abandoned. The survivors of these camps emerged gaunt, hollow-eyed, and forever changed. The liberation of the camps by the Allied soldiers revealed horrors the world had never imagined. It was a reminder that the cost of the war was not only death, but a moral collapse. The war also left behind broken economies. Countries were bankrupt, inflation soared, and basic goods were scarce. People traded on the black markets just to survive. Children in many parts of Europe and Asia went hungry for years. In Japan and Germany, entire industries had to be rebuilt from the ground up. Unemployment was high, hope was low, and rebuilding wasn't just about the buildings. It was about rebuilding lives, trust, and the idea of peace itself. One of the more overlooked costs of the war was the lost potential. Think of the millions of children who never grew up, the artists who never painted, the scientists who never discovered, and the leaders who never led. The war had robbed the world not just of its lives, but of its futures. A generation was lost, its stories unfinished, its dreams unfulfilled. Women who had taken on new roles during the war, working in factories, managing farms, and serving in the auxiliary forces, now found themselves pushed back into their old expectations. The war had changed the gender roles, and many women had discovered their strength, their independence, and their purpose. But in many countries, there was a pressure to return to their traditional lives. It created tension and sparked movements that would take decades to fully emerge. Children, too, bore the weight of the war. In London, they had spent their nights in bomb shelters. In Hiroshima, they had watched their classmates die from the radiation. In Eastern Europe, they had survived the ghettos and the camps. Many were left as orphans. Others carried the emotional wounds that would shape their entire lives. War doesn't just end when the fighting stops. Its shadow stretches far into the future. The war also left deep political divisions. Old alliances were broken, and new ones were formed out of fear or necessity. Countries that had been neutral were now forced to choose sides in a world divided by ideology. The seeds of future conflicts had been planted in the ruins of this one. And in the middle of it all were the people, ordinary people, trying to make sense of what had happened, trying to rebuild, trying to live. Across the globe, memorials began to rise, monuments to the fallen, cemeteries for the unknown soldiers, and museums that preserved the memory of what had been lost. But remembrance is not just about honoring the dead, it's about learning from what happened, about making sure it never happens again. That's why the phrase "never again" became a vow spoken around the world. Yet even with all this pain, the world did not give up. In the rubble, people planted seeds. In the silence after the bombs, they told their stories. From the ashes, the nations were rebuilt, not just brick by brick, but hope by hope. The war had taken so much, but it had not taken the human spirit. In the years that followed, the peace movements grew stronger. Veterans spoke out, survivors wrote their books, and filmmakers and artists captured the reality of what had happened. Slowly, the world began to understand just how high the price of war had been, and that understanding became a powerful force. It inspired the creation of institutions like the United Nations, built to prevent future wars. It led to international laws against genocide and crimes against humanity. It even sparked conversations about nuclear disarmament and global cooperation. Still, the trauma lingered. Some wounds never healed, and some questions were never answered. But acknowledging the cost is a part of honoring those who had lived and those who had died. It's about remembering that war is not just about victory or defeat, but about the lives interrupted and the futures destroyed. The cost of war is written not only in the history books, but in every family that lost someone, in every city that had to be rebuilt, in every heart that still carries the pain. And it's a reminder that peace is not something to be taken for granted. It's something to be protected, to be worked for, and to be held sacred. The war had ended. The weapons were silenced. The soldiers had either returned home or remained buried far from it. The cities were rising from the ruins, and the nations were rebuilding. But long after the last battle was fought, one question remained: how could the world make sure this never happened again? World War II had changed everything. It had shown how fast societies could fall apart, how fragile peace really was, and how dangerous hatred and unchecked power could become. The war had not just been a struggle between armies, it had been a fight for the soul of humanity, and the horrors it had unleashed, the Holocaust, the bombings, the genocide, the cruelty, had left a deep scar on every continent. The phrase "never again" didn't come out of nowhere. It was born out of the shock, the sorrow, and a desperate hope for a better future.